Okay, sorry. Thought I was going to start a little bit late. There's just a little bit of issue with Twitch, but okay. I'm about to get started. So I do plan on, hopefully I'm able to stream for a while longer. But yeah, I plan to finish this one piece today, so just so you guys know. I'm not sure if I'll finish it on stream, but I should finish the actual image today, so. Okay, just let me finish setting up right now, and I will get on with it. Okay, so got this tab open, got music, I'll put it next to the stream manager, so let's see. Okay, see if stream manager will. I'll just refresh the page. Okay, there we go. So yeah, okay, I should be getting ready to go, but so let's open our image, try to center it a little bit more. And also, hello everybody, it's me, Varia the Breeding Ghost, and sorry, I just noticed there's an issue with the text, but yeah, I hope you're all doing well today. Yeah, I'm about to just get started with the art piece. As I said a little bit beforehand, I do plan on trying to finish today, so not sure if it will be on stream, but you know, I've been working on it for a few hours yesterday, and along with this other piece of mine, I actually should hit the save button real quick. I've also been trying to figure out this piece, but you know, I'll stop for now. Yeah, before stream, I was actually doodling up some sunflowers, so yeah. But right now, my main focus is going to be this arm and the skirt pants thing, because I need to get on with that. But yeah, so honestly, it's just a lot of fiddling with smaller details. Oops, sorry, I'm trying to... Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to make it a little bit darker. But yeah, I'm gonna hit this with a bluer shadow. So what I was just doing right there was putting on the saturation layer. So that helps me check out the helps me figure out my values. So because that's usually pretty important to know to have a diverse range of values in your image, at least for the most part. Some people just move on with or some people like to work with less values, and that could still make some decent art, but yeah, it's generally recommended that you have a variety in your values. So I wanted to make sure this blue was darker. But yeah, I think the design of the skirt / shorts is going to be a little bit crazier. I guess not really the design itself, but the way it's depicted is a little bit different. I don't know, it's in the original image it's kind of covered up, so yeah, I know I shouldn't necessarily worry about it too much because it's not really the focus here, but you know, I wanted to make sure I got the correct amount of variation here, so yeah. By the way, I haven't really done all that much this last weekend. It's just kind of weekend and plus Monday. I did get to draw quite a bit, but outside of drawing, not much happened. There was actually a lot of rain, so there's actually stuff that I was supposed to do yesterday, but yeah, it was so rainy that I ended up not doing it. I mean, there was indoor stuff that I needed to do too, but yeah. Yeah. So, by the way, I'm also trying to make sure to apply some lighter values. So, something lighter, maybe a bit warmer. Okay, so it looks like it's quite a bit lighter in grayscale. However, it doesn't really seem to pop out all that much in the current form. So, yeah, I'm just going to lighten it up a bit more. But yeah, it's kind of blending in with the actual purple, so it's kind of funny how it sometimes works. or like how sometimes local values work, because I assume that's a thing with the local value. So for those who don't know, each color will have a local value to it, and that kind of that will affect how light and dark the initial color is. So kind of as an example, you see all this like very saturated blue. Actually, I'm not sure how well it comes out on your screen, but yeah, very saturated. That like deep blue on the color wheel. That's actually if you like turn that to grayscale, then the local value is actually quite dark. So and the opposite side is yellows. So actually, you can kind of maybe you can't really see it that well here, but yeah, you can kind of see how like dark this line here is, and then when I take off the saturation layer, you realize it's that bright blue. That's what I was talking about. But on the opposite side of the scale, so you see these yellow chains. When I put the saturation layer over it, you see that it's actually quite light, and that's because the local value of yellow is actually very light. So, and I think that kind of somewhat applies to temperatures and or color temperatures, and like how certain colors are more eye-catching. So, you know, it's a theory created by Cezanne, I think. It's a impressionist painter. So, you know, the impressionists, they have they thought about things like color quite a bit, and that's and Cezanne, actually it might be post-impressionist, but you know, he's in that general time period. But yeah, so you know, he theorized that the blue is the color that pushes an image back the most, and then then there's red, and then yellow kind of pushes the image up the most. And I think part of the reason it does that is because the local values of each of these colors. So, you know, blue is very dark, and then, or at least like true blue. If you count cyan, that's like a completely different story. You know, admittedly, cyan kind of messes with that, but yeah, deep blue is the darkest. Red is kind of leans towards the darker side, but it's still quite it's not quite as dark as blue. You know, it leans a little more mid-tone. And then of course there's yellow, which is quite light. So yeah, I learned this stuff back in the community college. So for those who don't know, I used to study art in a community college. I never went to like a proper art school, but I still think the classes that I had were pretty decent, at least. Of course, I don't have much of a comparison outside of like those institution classes that you might take at a art museum, because I did take some of those back in middle school, but I know those ones didn't really teach me much. But you know, the actual academic study, I did feel like I learned some interesting stuff. But yeah, so you know, I always think that I need to like refresh on this kind of stuff, but I never quite end up doing that. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if I should do some like basic perspective studies, maybe like try to practice rotating cubes, but I have a hard time doing tedious work like that. So I do feel like I kind of need it, so a little bit. It's like I don't think my art is necessarily struggling too much at the moment, but you know, you kind of build out your more complicated shapes from basic shapes. So a lot of people start out from cubes, and yeah, so I've been kind of trying to do that for the past, I think, year with the cube studies and all that. But I tried starting up another art piece like the last Friday, and I tried to build the figures from cubes, and I realized that my grasp, I really need to like rework my grasp on perspective. So, and of course like bending the cubes and all that, so I can. Honestly, I've been the reason why I'm kind of perked up on that is I heard of something called 5-point perspective. So it's kind of a little bit of a fisheye lens kind of thing, but you know, it's kind of apparently closer to how our eyes actually like view things. So of course the examples that they teach us to practice is a little more extreme than how it actually looks to us, but yeah, I guess like 5-point is the closest to how it works. So you know, you have a viewpoint up above the line. So in perspective, I'm trying to get better at explaining things, so forgive me, but in perspective, there's a view line, so usually where your eye level, that's the view line, I think. Like where everything meets up in the distance, or looks like it's meeting up. And so that's like the baseline, and then for like 1-point perspective, that's, oh my god, sorry, I forgot all the terminology. I have a little book called Perspective Made Easy, but I guess kind of like these little merging points. And so for 1-point perspective is just one merging point, and that's usually directly in front of you. And 2-point perspective is 2 of those, and they're usually 2 points that are on the eye line. And then for a 3-point perspective and beyond, there's usually another line that's kind of perpendicular to the. Yeah, you can tell that I'm not used to talking about perspective, but yeah, it's very much unlike how you talk about color theory. But yeah, there's a horizontal or not, vertical line that's kind of perpendicular to the view line, and that would and on there would be your 3rd point. So usually either above or below the actual view line or the eye line. And then 4-point is there will be an upper viewpoint and a lower viewpoint on the below and above the view line. So, and then 5-point has this. It's like we'll have 5 points. So it'll be that center viewpoint and all the other viewpoints. So I explained that horribly, I'm sorry. But yes, so it's definitely something that's a bit beyond me, to be honest. But yeah, I was thinking of studying, giving perspective studies another try. So, you know, just basically practicing the 5-point in a way. Also, hello, Grave. I have arrived to be a menace. I mean, hi. Hello. Thank you for coming. Nothing crazy has happened today. I've just been continuing this art piece. So, you know, Dami's DTYIS. And I'm just kind of like working more on some of the details. So right now I'm focusing on the skirt/pants right here. And then after that, I'm going to start working on this arm. And before stream, I've been working on this other arm. I probably still need some highlighting, but you know, I think this one right here is I'm not sure if you can see my stylus, but I think this one's kind of good enough at this point. So, and hopefully I can start working on some of the more general stuff like secondary light sources and all that. And thank you, and also hello, Storm. Thank you for coming here, and thank you for the follow, of course. I hope you enjoy your time here. How's your days going, by the way, for both of you? I should probably ask that, but my days have my day has been pretty easy so far. I've just been kind of drawing this. Yeah, I've been, as explained beforehand, I've been trying to work on this piece. I plan on finishing it tonight, so even if I don't finish on stream, I will probably finish it. I'll continue it off stream, so yeah, so I can like move on other works. Not that I don't enjoy this piece. Honestly, this art piece has been pretty pleasant for me, so you know, there wasn't too much of a struggle, but of course I have to credit Dami for, since I'm basically just copying their composition from their DTYIS, so definitely it helps. Kind of mid day. I'm very sleepy. I'm sorry to hear that. Did you just not get enough sleep, or is the weather kind of just meh? I know it was like raining like crazy yesterday over here, and I know that sometimes dreary weather can affect people's or affect how you feel, but yeah. Just came in to say it looks amazing. I love your art style, and I'm glad your day has been fine. I'm in the middle of a tabletop RPG, so I need to run. I see. Thank you for coming and following, of course, but I hope your session goes pretty well. And I appreciate that you like my art. You know, I've been working hard, so. Allergies and bad sleep. Okay. Yeah, it's probably getting around to that season. I don't know. I know that spring and fall are hot spots for allergies, but I guess it's not quite fall. It's still late August, but no, thank you. But yeah, I hope your day gets better too. So yeah, hopefully you can like just relax and take your time to recover. So before you guys popped in, I was just kind of yapping to myself, and I was trying to explain the perspective, and I was kind of failing at that. So yeah, you guys didn't really miss out on all that much. But yeah, I've been trying to explain the art process, so. I was thinking that maybe I should get better at doing that for my streams, since I know a lot of people like to hear fundamentals and, you know, tips on art to be explained on art streams, so. I know not everyone cares about that, but earlier I was trying to look at some other art streamers, and I found someone who kind of did that thing, and I thought her stuff was like really good, so maybe I can try thinking about that and incorporating that kind of thing more. But yeah, so you know, I'm just trying to but yeah, I'm thinking about trying to get better at explaining fundamentals. You know, I feel like that kind of thing I just need to like write down. So yeah, it'd probably actually help a lot more if I did that. You know, I said that I'd try to get back into journaling, since I heard journaling helps you helps you like form your thoughts better, which I know I need to get better at that, since, you know, for some of you who might have been watching my streams for a while, I'm not very good at explaining things, but I never know what to talk about during streams, so that's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, I need to like plan out topics again for streams, because that's kind of what I did in the beginning of my streaming journey. Like, I tried to write down a few topics that I could talk about, but yeah, I just haven't really been doing that, so. But yeah, usually the advice that's recommended for streamers is to try to explain what they're doing, so it kind of applies to games, but for art as well, that kind of works, so, you know. But yeah, I've been trying to like, I think part of my issue with that is just that I don't do much outside of art, so I feel like I feel like I don't quite have that many topics to yap about. Sorry, I'm just kind of. But yeah, I was just kind of talking about like how I need to like practice more perspective. so I can like, I don't think my art right now is like in a desperate need for a refreshment or anything, but usually it's good to just stop and take time to go over the fundamentals again, because I'm someone who kind of forgets the important stuff over time. So sorry, I'm like having trouble where there's error coming up, so. But yeah. But yeah, when I was like getting into streaming, I was just trying to, I know I looked up a lot of videos about how to like learn to chat on stream, since, you know, talking is something I tend to struggle with. And I'm just giving Dami a seam. I don't think her, or their pants really has a seam on it, but, or a hem, I should say. I guess not necessarily something you open, but yeah, usually shorts will have a hem, or like have a split in the front. I guess thinking about that now, this upper part probably shouldn't have that split, but so I back in the day I tried like getting into sewing, because I used to be into like BJDs and stuff like that, like dolls, and I wanted to learn how to sew so I can make little clothes for them. So, you know, I tried doing that for a while, but, you know, I just kind of lost motivation to do that. You know, I wasn't, you know, believe it or not, the beginner was not good at sewing at first, but yeah, I just kind of took up a lot of time and kind of felt bad about how bad my clothes looked. So, but one thing I did kind of like to sew was like these high waist pick shorts that I found a tutorial for on YouTube, and I liked making that. I kind of liked making that because you know, they were pretty easy, and the ones that I made generally looked okay. But oh yeah, and doll clothes are just kind of hard to do because of how small they are. So, but yeah, so yeah, I miss collecting toys, but I just haven't really been. Yeah, it just hasn't really been a good idea for me to try and get too deep into. Admittedly, I've been spending a little bit because you know, just like buying little plushies. Because plushies are definitely more in my price range, but yeah, I need to chill out with that. So yeah, just kind of let myself go a little bit this past week with plushies. So I don't know if I mentioned it on stream yet, but I got a couple of plushies from the zoo that I went to, because they had some cute plushies there. So I got a flamingo, which I did plan on getting a flamingo plushie, but I also got like a little budgie plushie, so it's because they just looked so darling on the shelf. So yeah, admittedly that was very much a splurge purchase. Oops. But yeah, it's a couple of bird plushies, and then I may or may not have bought a swan, like a swan webkins online. So I don't know if you ever played webkins, but I forgot until recently, because I know I was watching a YouTube video of someone kind of reminiscing on some of the older plushes from the 2000s. No. And then I kind of suddenly remembered that Webkins existed. So, I mean, sort of in a way. I also kind of, I guess I say that, but I actually, I guess I was kind of remembering more about the website. But yeah, I kind of dug out another little plushie of mine, so, which funnily enough is actually also a budgie, but of course the Webkins budgie doesn't really look like the budgies from real life. So yeah, I don't know if you guys are into like plushie collecting or not, but yeah, it's just that the thing I remember about that Yeah, the thing that I really like about honestly, I still like it, but like the wings aren't like sewn onto the rest of the body, so. And as a kid, I used to kind of like shake my budgie plushie around. I had a canary plushie too, or canary webkins. I don't know what happened to my canary, but yeah, I kind of just like lifted up and down, so it made it look like the wings were flapping. So yeah, I forgot to bring it up with me to my desk today, but I don't know if I should just like get up and grab it, because it's literally like 10 feet away. Yeah, maybe not even 10 feet, but yeah. I love plushies, but my current living situation doesn't allow me to go too crazy on that stuff. But I love cuddling plushies. Yeah, I know. It kind of sucks, of course, but yeah, I used to go a bit crazier in the past, but I just I'm kind of in debt, so yeah, I can't go too crazy with my spending anymore. But yeah, sorry I went kind of quiet, just kind of. I'm not gonna go too detailed with these like star things, just because I don't quite feel like it. Honestly, I think I can probably keep this lower section in general a bit simpler, just because it's not the focal point. So yeah, I also kind of decided to keep the strings as strings, even though there's supposed to be more diamonds. I don't think Dami would mind, but yeah, I just need to like move up. I need to kind of just not go too insane with this, so, because I already spent quite a bit of time, but yeah. But yeah, I don't think I've actually purchased any plushies this year, except for this month. So like, probably why I went a little bit crazy. Not trying to make too many excuses for it, but yeah. Also, there's an ad break coming in like 3 minutes, so just a fair warning. I'll probably just yoink my plushie when that happens, so I can stick it on my desk. Yeah, I actually posted it. I posted him like on Blue Sky like a couple of days ago when I made those peach pancakes. Because I guess something that did happen this weekend is I decided to try out a dessert recipe. So it's nothing like super complicated. I just kind of it's my first time like trying to caramelize any like fruit. So I think it came out okay, but I feel like I probably could have caramelized those peaches a little bit more. So since they still had a bit of tartness, which I'm not super crazy about having tartness in my desserts. So I don't know, it's just the way that the sweetness of the rest of the dessert kind of contrasts the tartness, so it kind of makes it stick out a bit more. I have that kind of issue with blueberry pancakes, but yeah, otherwise it wasn't too bad. No, it was still pretty tasty. Basically, I made it with some fresh peaches that I got from the store, so because they were on sale, I noticed. And I had one on Friday, and I was like, oh well, this is pretty good, so I decided to kind of just make myself a little treat. Because it's been a long time since I made pancakes before last Friday. Usually I try to drive out and get a treat for myself, or treat myself in the morning on Friday mornings, but the county fair was going on that week, and I didn't really want to risk going out out that way because it gets really crazy that week. So yeah, I kind of just decided to stay home. Sorry, I'm yapping, but I feel like I should probably kind of struggling to figure out what's going on here. I don't know if I want to just keep the shape simple, or, you know, I'm trying to use this warmish orangey color for the shading of the yellow stuff, because that's what I did with the stuff up here. You know, also I finally added the gold details to the shirt yesterday, so I'm not sure if it's gonna work quite as well with this stuff. Also, I forgot to hide the gen shading, or general shading layer, so I usually have a couple layers dedicated to general shading, by the way, so this is just soft shading. I don't know if I can kind of see it from the other screen, but yeah, I forgot to turn that off. Okay, so the ad should be starting now, so I'll probably work on this a bit more once it goes on. I don't know if it's gonna say anything. Let me just check. Ads manager is just saying it's starting soon, but I don't know. It didn't tell me when the ads were going on last week, so yeah. Apologies to anyone who's not stuck behind the ad wall. I just grabbed my little plushie, so it's very cute. Okay. I guess I should ask Grave if they're still here and not stuck behind the ad wall about their opinions on certain types of plushies, but kind of relating to the video that made me think about the Webkins again. Okay, it's not so. Yeah, not entirely sure how I should handle these chains right here, so. Okay. Usually one will be. Okay, I feel like this one goes behind here and over here. Okay. Yeah. Of course, right now is probably a good time to figure out the chains. So, yeah. Okay, this one loops. Maybe this is one of the things that I could have done on yesterday, but yeah, I was distracted by the other art piece, so the one with the sunflowers. Okay. So, front here, and front here. Okay. Okay, I think it should go better once I figure this stuff out. So front. Okay, it's a bit messy at the moment. No. Yes? No. Okay. Okay, the new one, actually, maybe. No, I think the... Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm already confused. Dang it. I really should have done this earlier, should I? Should have I? Or should have I? Oh, my God. Okay, so the new one kind of blocks out the... Okay, so I think the new one should block here, so... Then over here... Yeah, sorry, everyone, this kind of got really confused for a moment. Normally I like to shade gold, but I think for this piece it might be a bit challenging. Okay. But yeah, it's a bit of chaos at the moment, so this one will go over and then under. Yeah, okay. So, and over here. Also, welcome back to anyone who was stuck behind the ad break. Yeah, so I was just trying to figure out these chains, so trying to like figure out the correct orientation since I realized it was getting kind of crazy right then. But okay, so if you guys are still here, I guess one quick, back to the plushie conversation. I was kind of thinking, like, do you guys have a preference for the more realistic plushies, or I guess plushies that are more realistically colored, or realistic looking, or plushies that are more cartoony, like the big, like some of the plushies that are more popular these days with the big round eyes that covered in like glitter and stuff. Sorry, was AFK. Boss had to drop off work stuff. Oh, okay. That's fine. There was an ad break right then anyway, so yeah, I was just kind of trying to like think about this, trying to deal with these chains a bit. So yeah, this is definitely going to be the most complicated part of the lower section here. So I still haven't even like finished this part, but yeah, just trying to see what's might be good enough here. Also should probably blend this out. Okay, I like to apply all my colors with a textured brush, but then I end up blending it all out, so yeah. Okay, so I think this one goes here, this one goes in front. So yeah, I'm just trying to, this is the most chaotic section right here. Okay. I like more realistically colored plushies. I see. Yeah, I think I might have a preference there too. I guess I never really thought about it too deeply, but, or at least like plushies that are more in the mid, or like sort of in like the middle ground. So maybe not necessarily realistic, but maybe just like a little more toned down. So, cause yeah, that video that I was talking about a bit earlier that made me think of the Webkins and stuff, I guess I maybe kind of think about that a bit more. So no, I do kind of go a little bit crazy about the zoo plushies, which are more realistic. So not like super realistic, but I guess thinking about that, a long time ago I did get like a realistic Lynx plushie, or like a Lynx cup plushie, and I like that one quite a bit. But yeah, so but I do think I lean towards slightly realistic or toned down. But it's kind of interesting to think about this stuff sometimes. Yeah, the budgie plushie that I was talking about a bit earlier, I grabbed it, and it's like kind of funny because it's like a brightly colored plushie, but budgies are brightly colored in the real world, so it's technically kind of both. I don't mind stylized plushies, but the ones that are borderline ugly cute, over exaggerated, are not my cup of tea. Yeah, that's fair enough. I think I feel kind of similar, so. Like those, a lot of those plushies that are from the same company as that made Beanie Babies. I don't know what they're called, but they were kind of what I was talking about with like the bright colors and glittery eyes. I'm not super crazy about most of them. Like there are a few, admittedly, that I got, but like years and years ago. But yeah, I'm not super into most of them. Except outside of the few that I got myself, of course, like basically I got a dragon from them, and I do like the dragon, but yeah, otherwise I'm not like super into it. Not trying to put down anyone who is into it. I don't think I was being like Yeah, I don't think anyone here is being mean or anything about it, so probably don't even need to say that, but yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm just kind of a little bit distracted. I guess admittedly, thinking about it, I was kind of thinking of buying another one just because I wanted a flamingo plushie and they had a couple, but I ended up choosing not to, so. But that was just because I was looking more for a specific type of animal, but yeah, I just kind of remembered that because we did go shopping a little bit during the vacation from a couple of weeks ago, so yeah, I just kind of remembered it. But I did kind of like the flamingo plushie, but you know, of course you could argue that the flamingo plushie was like both brightly colored, but at the same time realistic, you know, because flamingos. But yeah, so. Okay. Sorry, I'm kind of distracted by the chains, so. Yeah, I don't know how far I should take these chains, to be honest, just because they're not really meant to be the main focus, but at the same time I want them to look okay. Maybe I can like start working on the other side and then I can figure things out from there. Like, I think the chains are actually supposed to be kind of attached to the fabric. Okay. I don't know. By the way, do you intend to take part of the DTYS or not really? I don't mind taking part of DTYS's once in a while, so. But yeah. Sorry, I was like, I don't know where I'm going with that sentence. Okay. Sometimes it's nice to draw someone else, or like to replicate another piece, I guess. Not always in the mood for it, but I think sometimes it just makes life a little bit more comfortable. No, not this time. I just finished a bunch of sticker designs for a con, so I'm being a tad lazy now on art. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, I felt a little bit like that when I was, post art fight. But I think the vacation kind of re-energized me a little bit, so. You know, I'm a little bit more motivated to draw other people's characters again. But yeah, so I guess you could say my break ended up working. Admittedly, I was a little bit off when I came back, but yeah, sort of in the mood to draw other people's characters. You know, I was also thinking about doing fan art for an indie VTuber who's one of the bigger indies, but I think I'm kind of running out of time for the idea since it's summer themed. I actually thought about the idea last year, but yeah, that's another art piece that I was thinking of, like, that would involve drawing someone else's character, but yeah, had a summer themed idea. It's just that the summer's almost over. Which one? Porcelain Maid, so. Yeah, I wanted to draw him on the beach with the chat, so. Because I know that, I thought it'd be a cute idea, but I haven't even, watched his Joel, him. I haven't even really jumped into his streams for a long time, so, admittedly. I mostly just like follow smaller VTubers at this point, but yeah, I really enjoyed his stuff like last year. There wasn't any like big issue that why I like kind of stopped watching. It's just that I just kind of stopped. So, but yeah, admittedly, I'm one of those people who kind of watch other small streamers. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here. Okay, so this should go under. Yeah. And then this should go over. So. But yeah, I like how he has a very outgoing personality when he streams, so. I do generally kind of also prefer streamers who are a little more outgoing, but I think I'm a little bit more open these days, but just because I don't watch as many. But yeah, people who act a little bit crazy, that's kind of what I like to watch. Which is kind of funny, because that's not how I act on stream at all, so. I just love how kind he is and how he actually dats his chat. It's cute and funny, yeah. Yeah, he's very attached to his chat, definitely. I think I did kind of watch a few of his, not super recent, but like a little bit after he kind of made that little, like a little character, like an actual like VTuber model for the chat. And also when he had that little game that he made for in between for his like breaks. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but like check. Oh yeah, it was so cute. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, maybe I have to pop it back in at some time. I'm just not the best about watching streamers in general, admittedly. Which I feel a little bit bad about since, I am a streamer, but... yeah, I'm just not the best about hanging out on Twitch. I think I was in the stream briefly for the debut. I see. That's cool. Yeah, I think I might have been... I don't think I was there for the actual debut, but I might have been there the day afterwards, so... yeah, I don't remember what exactly was going on, but... yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah, I was also able to, like, hang out for one of the movie nights at some point, but... I haven't been great about catching up on that. Yeah, I'm also, like, someone who has a hard time, like, chatting on Discords, but... I wouldn't mind being more active in the Porcelain Maid Discord. Because I was there for I was there when he was, like, playing, Lord of the Rings, so... I mean, unless it's your full-time job, it's hard to be there for other streams when juggling a regular job. Yeah, that's true. It's just that I kind of, like, prefer to watch pre-recorded content most of the time, and also I'm just kind of tired after work, but yeah, I guess I tend to just kind of jump into, like, friends, like, streams of, like, some friends and stuff, so, basically Dami streams. Who's oops, crap, sorry. Accidentally lost my color. I can just, yeah, thank God I figured out how color history works. Okay. But yeah, I accidentally took the skirt color, but... that's why I miss everyone's streams. I want to support, but also the streams are when I work. Yeah, that's true. Technically, I do have the ability to join some people's streams, but... I'm just tired, man. I'm sorry. Just sleepy a lot. But yeah, I also sometimes have issues with people streaming when I'm on the job or right after work, because I get pretty worn out after work. But Yeah, I can't really jump into streams. Sorry, I'm trying to air. Okay, air coming up my throat, but yeah, I can't really pop into other people's streams when I work, just because you know, I work in one of those grocery stores with or like the big box grocery stores, so I can't really not like an office job or anything, so I have to be like present all the time. Valid, yeah. Okay, I'm trying to finish this up. I need to just finish this coffee right now because it's basically cold. So, okay, it's kind of gross, but you know, I gotta do it, man. I gotta do it. Cold coffee gang, yeah. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. I don't necessarily mind cold coffee. If it's a frappuccino, but got cold, but from sitting around too long. That's not the best taste. I can't either. I'm a field promoter, so I'm outside talking to people constantly. Yeah, it's fair. But yeah, I definitely have to run all over the place, so. I think some people can get away with playing music during their work, but yeah, I don't think I can, because I have to actually like go out to the floor and like interact with people sometimes. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Okay, so I'm just gonna take this like purpley color and we're gonna try and incorporate that into shading, so. Yeah, I'm trying to make this blend in a little bit, so. Okay. Yeah, just trying to make this Alright. Yeah, the cold coffee. Okay. Sorry, I just need to take a sip of my water. Yeah, I'm kind of jealous that people can watch streamers during their job. Okay. It is how it is sometimes, so. Okay. So. Anyways, just gonna. Yep, just hitting it with the purple. See how it looks from a distance, so. Of course, I gotta hit it with the lighter color at some point, but yeah, it's not too bad at the moment. Do you have any like preference for how you like to drink your coffee, out of curiosity? I usually just like to have normal coffee, but if it's like a fancy drink, then I think I like lattes or mochas, so. But yeah, otherwise I prefer just like normal coffee with a little bit of cream. Sorry, I'm just trying to. I don't know why the air keeps trying to like go up when I talk. It's kind of a little bit embarrassing. It's not like a full-on burp or anything. It's just kind of what makes it harder to yap, I guess. If it's at home, I just use flavored creamer. If it's Starbucks, I only order chocolate cream cold brew. I see. Yeah, so. I used to use flavored creamer too back in the day, but I started using half and half because I think I kind of like it when my coffee's a little bit on the bitter side, but yeah, otherwise I tend to. Sorry. I keep blinking out, so. I actually do get regular coffee from other place, from like fancier places, just because it tastes a bit better than the stuff I have at home normally, but yeah, so I also tried out I guess speaking of Starbucks, I did try out a matcha latte for the first time. I think like a little over a week ago. I thought it was okay, but I think they might have added too much of the the latte part to the matcha latte. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna retry it anyway. I don't really have an interest in retrying it anyway, just because it's a bit pricey, and I'm not normally a tea drinker in the first place, or especially with green tea. But it tasted all right. It's just I just kind of wanted to try it because another streamer friend who I haven't really chatted with in a while, she was like really excited about the matcha. But yeah, I don't think it's for me. So at least I can say that I gave it a shot. But yeah, if I'm gonna spend that much money on a fancy drink, I'm just gonna I kind of would prefer to just buy a latte. So I mean, I'm starting to see a lot of autumn stuff being sold again. So maybe a pumpkin spice latte wouldn't hurt. I'll probably try to get one of those. I usually have at least one a year, but I won't buy a ton of those. But they taste alright. Pumpkin spice lattes are the matcha latte of the 2010s. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of like thinking about or kind of reminiscing about a latte a type of latte that I used to like that's come from a company called the Coffee Beanery. And they had like a pot of, I don't know what they called it. It's like maybe but it's for like St. Patrick's Day, and it's kind of like a truffle latte. And that one is like really good. It's like very chocolatey, but I haven't really been to Coffee Beanery for a long time since they're not really in my direction anymore. Yeah, they had a Coffee Beanery at my old community college, so I used to go there a ton. And I basically could just walk there from the, as a sort of a excuse to take a walk, to take a break from my normal studying. Oh crap! Hold on. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm seeing the issue. Yeah, they weren't looping properly, I don't think. Wait, no. Is this alright? Yeah, it's fine. I might have screwed up a little bit, but oh well. Okay. And I erased that, so don't want to... Let's fix this real quick. Yeah, at this point I'm kind of just screw it if it's incorrect. XD. Yeah. Okay. Also, I guess listening to the current music, I'm trying to experiment with gaming music a little bit, so... I was a little bit worried about getting copyright struck for gaming music, but I know that you can get away with it for some, but most of the gaming music that I'm familiar with is actually or that I'm currently familiar with is the Final Fantasy XIV, but yeah, I don't know how well this will go, but yeah, hopefully I don't get copyright struck. But yeah, I'm trying to play some of the instrumental music from to have something new, so yeah, I heard it going off, so it's like, oh yes, new music. But this is the track for the Dravanian Portlands, for anyone who's familiar with FF14 or Final Fantasy XIV, this is yeah, the Dravanian Portlands, so. Sorry, it was a little bit off topic, but I just kind of realized it was playing, so it's like, yay. Yay, and I hope this goes well, dang it. Okay. All right. So, sorry, I feel like I'm getting a bit distracted from my main goal here, shading. So, I think after I hit some lighter colors on it, I'm probably going to take a break from this area, and I'll start working on the arm, because I need to, like... You know, I've been, like, avoiding the tattoo, so... You know, running away in fear, as you might say. So... Yeah, I'll try to get on with that pretty soon. Okay. By the way, I guess talking about coffee again, the coffee that I got, or that I was just drinking, is like hazelnut Panera Bread coffee, but because I'm not like a big fan of Panera Bread or anything, but I noticed that it was on clearance, so you know, I decided to try out something new. But admittedly, I'm not like super into it, but yeah, I'll just finish it up anyway, of course. Oh, ooh, yep. Maybe I'm just not a fan of hazelnut though, so. But yeah, I just taste a little bit chemically. I don't think I was a very good pronunciation of that, but yeah, okay. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna... Okay. What do I want? What do I want? This one. Yeah, I had to yoink my color again. Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to color this in, or... Okay, so... Sorry, being a little bit quiet, just trying to focus a bit. Yeah, I feel like this is going to need a lot of cleanup, but not at the moment, so... Okay, anyways, let me just try to, of course, put the lighter area in, and then I'll block in the tattoo, so... You know, obviously I'm going to simplify it. I probably said that already a bunch of times, but... Yeah, I'm just going to... Oh my god, sorry. I hit the scroll bar with my mouse, or... You know, I try to scroll in and out to move things around, but sometimes I hit the scroll bar on Clip Studio on accident, and it kind of flings me all over the place. So, oh, stretch. Okay, save. Dang it. Okay, yeah. I guess I haven't saved for a while. Thank you for that. Okay. I will stretch then. Okay. All right. Thank you for the redeems. Okay. Okay. So I'm just hitting these. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to speed this up a little bit. So. Yes, I kind of feel like I should have worked on the chains a bit more yesterday, since sometimes I feel a little bit bad if we're doing like a lot of tedious parts, but you know, at this point of the art piece, it's basically all tedious parts. So, by the way, I thought let me just show you the other piece I've been working on. So, you know, I was just taking a little mental break, but yeah, I was working on this piece like up until a few minutes before it was time to stream, so now like trying to fill in these sunflowers. So yeah, I've been kind of struggling with the background colors, but I'm trying to like warm up this piece and generally, so But yeah, I kind of... This is the... You know, I've been talking about wanting to do a field of sunflowers for a little while now, so, you know, I'm finally able to get it down, so... Yeah, I'm just a little bit unsure about my colors and composition. It's gorgeous, thank you. Yeah, I definitely feel like that piece is going to take a bit more time than the Dami piece, just because backgrounds tend to have a lot of detail. But yeah, so let's just get started on this tattoo. So let me just, I'm going to start off with the clipping mask. And then I will, so I can get a decent job on the colors, so. Yeah, I'm just going to take some general colors and then kind of make it look like the piece, but, or the original tat, but yeah, I just can't do all of it, I'm sorry. Okay, oops. Sorry, forgot I could go over here. Okay. So, yeah, admittedly, for those who don't know, I've been I've been working on all of this, or like almost all the colors here are on the same layer, so usually when I do art like this, I have like a ton of different layers for each section, so. But yeah, I just kind of been keeping things a little bit simpler in terms of layers and whatnot, just because I tend to mess with my art style quite a bit, or like my painting methods quite a bit, so yeah. Okay. Try to... Okay. I was gonna say, you brave. Yeah. But yeah, this is sort of the method that I've been using with my bird studies. I don't know if you've seen any of them, but, you know, I've been trying to like practice drawing birds and whatnot, so. And I've been doing all of those on the same layer, so, you know, so like I kind of make a sketch and then put down a base under the sketch, and then I fill the colors in between the sketch and the base, and then I kind of merge it all together, and that's what I've been doing. So, you know, that's how I did it for this piece and for this piece, and of course the bird pieces, so. Yeah, I felt a little bit more confident, so there's that. Okay, I'm just get a few more dark tones in here, so. Yes, a lot more detail than I meant to do, so. Alright. Okay, that's good enough, maybe, hopefully. I'll just stick in a little bit of blue. Okay, there. Okay, I guess I'm gonna stretch for free this time, because, feeling a little bit stiff. Yeah, the next time there's a ad break, I'm gonna take an actual break, just so I can, relax a little bit. Okay, let's see. So this is the next space. I'm trying to mark all these spaces. Okay. Okay, so I start taking colors from here, so maybe try not to worry about too many colors. I say that like I didn't just add way more colors than I anticipated from the last one. Yeah, it was supposed to be just 3 colors per section, so. But yeah, so try to keep it a little more sane. Oh, dang it. Okay, wrong one. Okay. Yeah, down here. So just kind of mix this in. Okay, did enough, I think. Maybe. Zoom out. Okay. Yeah, and there's this one, so a lot more. This one's a little bit simpler, so nice. Okay, so I'll just add a splatter in the middle, and then I'll just have both of these be blue. And I'm gonna desaturate the colors a little bit so it just blends in a bit better. Okay. Because a few of these colors aren't really, I guess they kind of fit into the color scheme, but yeah, like this teal is a bit different, so maybe not necessarily lower the opacity or anything. I could just go over it with a pinkish color. I think that'd be a good idea. Yeah, just trying to. Originally, I was just gonna. I'm saying that just because originally I was planning on lowering the saturation. Actually, I probably should lower the saturation actually because of the shadows under the tats. No, maybe just a little bit of a lower saturation, and then that'd be okay. A teeny tiny bit, and then a bit of pink. So just make sure things kind of blend in. So I'll just maybe make it like 90% or 91, I guess, technically. Then make another clipping mask, and then yeah, pink and blue. So I'll take this peachy color from the Magic, I think, or this pink color. Actually, I want this one. Yeah, I can't really see my color picker right now, but I'm trying to fit. Of course, I say the cyan isn't quite a part of the piece, but I just realized that there's supposed to be I'm planning for like a secondary light source that's kind of cyan, so. Yeah, I usually like to have multiple light sources in my art piece, even though it doesn't always make sense, just because it's something that I enjoy. But yeah, I know it's not really accurate. Yeah, sometimes I get a little bit worried about being accused of AI or something because of it, but you know, I just enjoy bright colors, dang it. I enjoy it. Okay, so and I'll align the blue and the red with the shadows. So right now it's set as overlay, so it kind of it's reacting a little bit differently, so. But yeah, it's that's because I have it as overlay, so. Okay, try to cover up this area. Then when I have the stuff merged together, I'll start adding the bars to the comic panels. So, yeah. So this is definitely one of the more complicated parts. I think maybe one of the more complicated areas. Or at least from the base design. Admittedly, I've been kind of making things more complicated for myself in general, so. And some other zones. Probably like the hair, I tend to. And of course those chains too. Okay, so right now I'm just kind of blending the blue and the pinkish areas together, so it doesn't look too extreme. But yeah, so lower the saturation a bit. Let's see, maybe 50%. Okay, that might be okay. So let me just gonna merge the tats down to the skin, and then overlay down, because if I merge the color effects before the tats, then the colors would change. So okay, so the bars, I will have the same color as the stylus and the pants down here. So, and I'm not actually like using a true black for this stuff, because I usually kind of avoid true black in my art pieces most of the time, unless it's meant to like look like it's inked or something. But yeah, so okay. But yeah, hopefully this stuff comes together, because it's definitely a bit complicated. So let me just gonna go ahead and mark out the tops and the bottoms and try to make it look a little bit cleaner. Okay. All right, so I'll just take a sip of my water right now though. Okay. All right. Oops. Okay. But yeah, so talking about the method I've been using again, I think one of the big parts of it is just trying to make sure everything is like clean or like cleanish looking. So, basically trying to blend in the textured areas, or most of the textured areas, I guess. Not all of them needs to be blended in, but yeah, like this bar right here, I think I'd have to blend in a bit more, or blend together. I think I tried using a similar method to this in the past, but I think I struggled more back then. Yeah, I wasn't always the best about trying to keep or like blocking out certain sections, like the dark area and the light area. Like I tended to blend it out a lot, or like tried to blend everything together a lot more in the past, but yeah, I was kind of thinking that this might help a bit. Or like, I just have, the reason why it's going better now is just that I have a better grasp on that kind of stuff. Ugh. All right, so of course I'm going to blend this out a bit more though, so. And maybe a bit with the arm right there. And of course I forgot to blend in this area up here, so. So I don't know if I said this already, but my main goal for today was supposed to be the arm, like this arm and this pants. But I also realized that I probably need to fix a few of the areas on the hair a bit more. But yeah, after I get a better grasp on of course I say that, but I also try to fix this shoulder. But yeah, try to fix up some areas that I might have missed, and then just try to, and then mostly clean up. And then of course the effects and yeah, all that stuff. Okay, I'm supposed to get back to this bar, or this, yeah, the arm. So try to soften the edges a little bit. Try to, since it's not the main focus or anything, I try to keep things a bit simplified. Okay. So maybe I can just speed things along a little bit with by marking out the actual dark areas. So here. Okay. I think most of here, to be honest, but yeah, so okay. Try to do this, and then this goes quite a bit back on the forearm, so try to push it back a bit more. Okay. And over here. And of course, I'll just take care of the tighter areas. I'm starting to feel hungry. I had breakfast this morning, but yeah, sometimes it just doesn't quite last. Of course, it's technically noon for me, so yeah, it's like 2, so I had breakfast at, I think, maybe like 10. Yeah, 10, so I guess it's not necessarily that crazy that I'm hungry, but I think when the break comes, I'm probably just gonna have to take a little bit of a longer break, so I'll probably leave a little bit before the actual ad break so I can like take care of a bunch of basic needs. So no more coffee, more water, all that stuff. Protein bar. I did manage to find the protein bars that I kind of prefer, so you know, the last time I had to get a different flavor, but they had the brownie flavored one available, so yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay. I say I'm okay with that. I mean, that's the one I wanted, so. So yeah, I'll be grabbing that. And my hair's like, over my shoulder. Oops. Okay, get off my shoulder, please. Yeah, I'll think, oh, it's worked, okay. 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 Alright. Okay, I'm just gonna erase a little bit over here, so. So yeah, part of the process with this kind of method of painting, since a lot of it's just like putting down colors and like over a general silhouette and just kind of changing it, or basically the method is just kind of like blending things out or erasing the edges. Yeah, sorry, I feel like I'm talking nonsense again. Let me just block these in. Okay. So, I guess one sad thing about the peaches and pancakes is that I forgot to apply some of the Cool Whip that I got, so. Because I actually had like to wait a day to see if I can get more of get the kind that I wanted, but I ended up forgetting to put it on anyways. Actually, I wanted to get one of the tubs of Cool Whip, but they didn't have the actual variety that I wanted. It was kind of wiped out, but I ended up going with the bottle anyway because I realized that it's a bit cheaper and there's more like space for it, so yeah, like the little spray can that you get for your whipped cream. But I did remember to put it on my Monday pancakes, so you know, it's maybe a little bit desserty for the morning, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure to actually use that stuff. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I haven't been coming up with much conversation these past few minutes. I'm just kind of a little bit focused on the art. I feel like it's actually starting to come together though, which is kind of nice. I feel like it'll come together even more once I, you know, start drawing the line art around it, so. At least hopefully. But yeah, there's a lot of cleanup that needs to be done. Since I've been basically ignoring this specific part. You know, procrastination and all that. Yeah, okay, I got the lighter color. Okay. So kind of put this in. Fill this in. Okay. By the way, are you guys like excited for fall to come in, or? Technically, we still have a bit of summer left. You know, unless you're in the southern hemisphere, then it's spring. But well, not spring, but winter. So yeah, technically summer doesn't start until like the end of September. But you know, I'm a big fan of the autumn season, so I don't necessarily mind it coming a bit earlier. To be honest, they kind of teach you that September's an autumn month, so you kind of process September being, most of September actually being autumn, even though it's not autumn. Kind of crazy when you think about it, actually. Okay. Fall is my fave. Can't believe it's almost September. Yeah. Yes. August definitely like flash by, didn't it? Yeah, so. But hopefully I'm hoping to do a few more fun things for September, but honestly, I'm a big fan of fall time too, so yeah, I definitely don't mind that at least. Sorry, I'm just trying to darken this a bit so I can separate it from the lighter area a bit better. But what's your favorite part of fall, by the way? Yeah. I think at this point in my life, I think my favorite part is just the food. Like, I don't do much Halloween stuff or celebration stuff anymore, but we still get to enjoy a lot of tasty foods. So a lot of apple, a lot of pumpkin, a lot of spices and all that. Yeah, maybe I can try making a apple dessert sometime soon, since we're getting around to the apple season. The comfy weather, yeah. Oh yeah, I like the weather too, generally. Yeah, I prefer weather to be like around the 60s or 50s. Of course, 70 isn't too bad at the moment, just because I'm used to the heat, but yeah, it's kind of funny how 70 kind of feels like it's hot when you're leaving spring, but it feels cold when you're like exiting summer, so. But yeah, I do look forward to being able to wear my jacket outside again, so. Yeah, I prefer covering up a bit more, so. Yeah, I like that. I like that part about fall. You know, this it's kind of funny, but this week is actually has a lot of really cool temperatures. Like, I think it might be in the 60s outside right now, but I don't think I probably can't really check my phone. Actually, maybe I can, but yeah, it was really cold earlier. I actually had to turn my AC off. Yeah, it's 69 right now. So honestly, I don't mind the AC being off though, because it's so loud. So yeah, hopefully my sound is a bit better, because the compressor doesn't have to kind of fight against an AC unit. Actually, now that I say that, I need to turn my fan on. So my computer fan, I mean. But I love trench coat weather and comfy sweaters. Yeah, cold, but not too cold. You know, when it starts getting icy, it kind of becomes a little bit of a problem. But that's more just because since I have to work early in the morning, I kind of hate ice. But snow driving, I mean. But yeah, I do like the cold otherwise. Of course, that's a winter problem, not really a fall problem. Okay. But yeah, so there's going to be an ad break in a minute, so I think I'm just going to I think just gonna go on my break right now. So yeah, BRB. I'm BRBing too, so it's okay. But yeah, I'll be back soonish. All right, see ya. Well, yeah, I saved. Okay. BRB. Turn off the mic and. Oh, sorry. All right, everyone, I'm back. So, all right, let me just open up my protein bar, but I did get more coffee and everything, so. We're in the long haul today, so. I gotta make sure to eat something. I guess, pancakes didn't necessarily last as long as I hoped. Maybe I should try getting back into bacon, but okay, let me just get back to the art stream. Sorry about that. Okay. Huh. But yeah, so. Alright, I'm just gonna continue on with the tattoo right here, and yeah. Anyways, I've sort of... I guess I just remembered that I really need to get back into Blender so I can just get a new 3D model already. You know, because I was you know, talking about all that, like, and like getting honestly pretty invested, like during the springtime. But I think honestly, this whole summer, I just haven't. I just kind of lost the motivation. You know, I got kind of roadblocked by the hair. And someone who finds hair to be kind of important to or like I really like long flowing hair. It's just been kind of rough for me. So yeah, I haven't really been working on that. So you know, hopefully I can get to that in September. Maybe. I say that with a big maybe. I've been saying that for months now, but yeah, I was thinking that maybe I can align my bird studies with my Blender camp again, or yeah, like try to do bird studies. So basically art pieces that won't take too much of my time away. Admittedly, a big reason why I haven't really gotten back to it this August is just because I've been very much in the mood for illustrating. So you know, I've been having kind of having fun with art pieces. But yeah, I should get back to that. So maybe this September, maybe next October. Yeah, let's aim for September, guys. I gotta make my spooky pieces on. Yeah, I gotta do spooky art in October. Actually, I'm kind of wondering if I want to do a DTYS at some point. So, kind of talked about this last Friday, but yeah, I feel like a DTYS might be kind of fun, but not really sure when I should start that. You know, I was thinking like, maybe I can do it on my 800 followers on Blue Sky, but then it's like, you know, it's been a long time. I don't really gain that much followers over time, but I long for the day I can commission someone to make me a model. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever have that kind of money, to be honest, so yeah, I'm just gonna do it myself. But yeah, it definitely would make things a lot easier if someone else could do it. But yeah, so yeah, I think I'm gonna give up on the head bust that I've been working on. I don't know if actually I might have posted on Blue Sky at some point, like long ago, but you know, I tried practicing on a bust so I can like try to get better at doing faces, but yeah, I don't know if you were here when I said it, but I got kind of roadblocked by doing hair, so I think at this point I should probably just give up on that and try again on something else. So like I was thinking that maybe I should try doing a chibi model, or trying to practice on a chibi figure / model, since I think that's pretty normal to practice on. I actually did make a reference sheet for a chibi version of my character, but I wasn't necessarily planning on going too far with that, but maybe I can. I'll just show you real quick so you know what I mean, but I haven't actually looked at that for a long time, but okay, so Varia, I think, yeah, it should be in the Varia section. But yeah, something like this, just sort of as practice, because I do need to like practice the other aspects of Blender too, so You know, I was able to handle the earlier parts generally, but yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of work, though, so... Like, I consider trying to go back into doing VGen, but... I don't know, I feel like whenever I try to look more into it, just like... Or look more into, like, trying to work with VGen again, it's just kind of like a... Not really sure if it's worth it for me, so... I heard that you don't necessarily want to mess with the face modeling too much, because of you can, like, mess up the bones in the face if you try to do that, so... I've been, because I talked about it a while ago with someone else in my chat, and there's someone who's a bit more familiar with VGen, and yeah, I heard that could be a problem, so... Your chibi looks cute, thank you. Yeah, I'm thinking I should just do Blender, so... You know, try to make my character look slightly more mature. At least that's the idea. You know, of course not the chibi, but the final model, or my final goal. But... Yeah, it's, you know, I had to think about it. Like, I sort of have a solid idea, but not really. I don't know if you ever, like, feel that way. Like, you feel like you have a strong, like... You feel like you have a strong concept of what you want, but then when you actually try to, like, put it down, you realize you don't actually have that strong of a concept, so... You know, I'm kind of wondering if I should, like, lean into a bit of a cuter look for my character. More so in, like, the actual face. Yep. Yeah. Definitely. Ah, the pain, all the suffering. Yeah, definitely, not this one. Definitely felt this way with, like, this image, but... I think I'm starting to get a little bit better of an idea of what I want, but... Now that I have some more of the sunflowers put down, but... Yeah, I'm still not really sure what I'm doing there, so... Yeah, I tried toning down the blue a bit, so... Okay. But yeah, so... Definitely a bit complicated. Okay. So I think I need to... Okay, that's actually a... Let's finish blending out some of the stuff here, and then I'll... try to fix the arm a bit, because it looks like it's kind of blending together in a weird way, but... So I think I need to reestablish the line art a bit with this. You know, lest the AI accusations come. I don't know, I've only ever been accused of AI, like, once, so I guess I'm not really in that danger zone, to be honest. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Okay. So let's... Yeah, I think I'm at a good point, so... What I'm going to do is just try to reestablish, as I said before, reestablish the lining, so... Might be a little bit harder with how much, darker values are here, but... At least try to make it more clear, like, what it is. Yeah, like, try not to have a weird blended arm thing going on, so... Actually, could probably, add a little bit of a lighter area here, so... I like to add, lighter areas just to make details pop a little bit more. Like, it doesn't always make sense in rendering, but... Yeah, I think it just helps to have the details pop a bit. Okay, so... Now I'm trying to get this over here, so... gonna make it a bit thicker. But yeah, right now I'm just trying to get this lining done, so. And yeah, it kind of looks more like its own separate place, or a separate thing. And on this other side of the arm, I'm actually gonna make it blue. Change it to or have the line art be blue, like it's, like how it was in the sketch, so. As you can see, a lot of these edges are actually blue, just because I thought it would look cool, essentially. Actually, I can probably put a little bit of blue here, just for the hell of it. Yep. Okay. Okay. Also, sorry if you hear me eating. I'm kind of munching on my protein bar. Yeah, only like an hour in so far, so well, technically 2 hours, sort of, in a way. Okay. All right, now I just gotta. I think the arm might be okay for now. I'll probably add more. Actually, maybe not. Okay. Just let me, I'm gonna take this reddish color, and then this will be around the wrist. Like, it's probably good enough, hopefully, maybe. When I start applying the general shading, hopefully will, or another general shading layer, it'll hopefully unify things a bit better. Because I do want to have another, add another multiply layer over the entire thing, just to unify the shadows a bit. Unify the shadows. You know, the equivalent to glazing in a traditional art. But yeah, let's get to this. So right here, I would like to strengthen the shadows under this finger, so. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm just adding more shadows here. Or more detail, I guess you could say. So this. And should probably add a little more purple on top of here, so to kind of show that there's a layer to a little bit of fabric going around. So yeah, unfortunately the details on this hand is going to be a bit more important than the other one, but yeah, hopefully it's not too big of a deal. Okay. All right, so trying to sharpen this finger up a bit. And over here. Try to cover up all these yucky little crunchy areas where it's like looks white. Kind of funny because the base color of this, the base color of the figure here is was not actually white. It was pink. So, but that's probably because of I went or spread the skin color pretty far and wide. So, yeah, the really white parts are probably just skin. Okay, and let's get some of the shading on this edge. Okay, probably this edge too. So, like this. And of course, I gotta get some ambient occlusion under these fingers. I guess I want to be ambient occlusion, probably be more like a cast shadow, but oh well. Clean this up a bit and help myself to another bar. I should probably clean this up a bit. Alright. Yeah, so hopefully things can be a bit more defined on this hand. Hold on, I think there was actually supposed to be a bit of blue. Yeah, so basically I'm adding a little bit of a dark cyan color to the edges of some of the sections here, just because I'm basically adding a second. I think I mentioned this earlier, but I wanted to add a secondary light source. So yeah, try to mix in a little bit of this color, blend it in a little bit. Yeah, fun fact about Birdie and Ghost, I used to never use layer modes, so like overlay and multiply and stuff, but I used to just do everything manually, so a big reason why is just because I didn't know what I was doing, so. But yeah, I didn't really I didn't really use multiply layers or overlay layers at all, so. And even after a while of after learning about layer modes, I kind of still didn't really use it all that much because I was kind of used to just doing it on my own. Didn't really appreciate how much faster it could make the process go. I think that might have been around 2023 maybe. I don't know, maybe a bit earlier actually. I think I figured it out at some point, but yeah, some of my artworks just weren't really that dependent on layer modes. And sometimes I try to use them a little bit less until the end, but sometimes I go a little bit crazy with them, so it all kind of depends. I feel like I can get a bit more varied with my colors if I don't use them, but at the same time, they just make life so much easier. But I did go a few years without digital art anyway, so I think that kind of affected how I did things for a while. Because I just had a lot of tech problems throughout my younger life. Like a lot of issues with computers and screens and stuff. And for a while, I just for like a computer that I had beforehand, it just would not accept like Wacom tablets. So, you know, I just I just couldn't really use it. So I had to just do everything traditionally. You know, I couldn't really afford anything nicer, so yeah. Okay, sorry, I keep zooming in and out just because to see how things are going. Should probably start working on these strings a bit. So make sure to hit the right. Of course, I gotta make sure to have the right pen because just now I was accidentally hit it with the wet bleed blender, so aka not a paintbrush at all. Take a little sip of my water. Also gotta remind myself about the coffee, of course. Okay. Oh, dang it. Sorry, I'm trying to sometimes it feels like the color picker doesn't always work out with my stylus, so it can get a little bit frustrating, to be honest. Okay. But yeah, right now I'm just trying to clean up some of these strings, so. Okay. Okay, so let's get a lighter color. Now, apparently I heard some people have a hard time with shading red. So. I don't know, I feel like red's one of the easier colors to shade, to be honest, but I guess it depends on people's preferences. Like, I guess I'm someone who uses a lot of blue and purple shading, so. And I like to work with a lot of cooler reds, but I guess if I was working with a warm red, then things would be a bit more challenging. I don't know, I don't think I'm making much sense, but. Yeah, I remember watching a short, or YouTube short with, like, someone was, like, very much ranting about the color red, so. And it kind of seemed like she wanted the red to kind of stay like a pure red rather than a. So she wasn't really crazy about going too far from that. But yeah, I kind of. But I guess thinking about it now, I guess I kind of get it. When I was still like doing traditional painting, I feel like my red could sometimes get muddy if I was like using a cadmium red, but usually after that I would kind of like glaze over it with alizarin crimson, because alizarin crimson makes a really good glaze, by the way. But yeah, that usually kind of solved the issue, but yeah, I think I'm just less picky about that kind of thing too, so. I don't know, I don't know how you feel about shading with red, but yeah, it's kind of how I feel personally. Okay. Okay. I also just kind of depends on lighting, I see. Yeah. But yeah, I think it does kind of help to just kind of glaze over the red if you're struggling with it, to be honest. You know, quote unquote glaze, not every method would necessarily be count as glazing, but maybe just go over it with either overlay or a color layer mode if it's digital. I'm not sure how it would go for like a acrylic painting, but yeah, an oil painting it wasn't too hard. Okay, so yeah, I'm just kind of, I think this might be okay for now, so yeah, I can add more detail later on, so I do think I need to like add some highlights to the fingernails first, though. And I should be pretty close to being done with the hands and stuff. Also not super invested in adding too much detail to the stylus. Let's just say it's a design choice, as opposed to just plain laziness on my part. Okay. Yeah, I think it would look better if I just don't shade it anyway, so. Okay, yeah, I think I forgot to add lighting here, so. Yep. Just quickly add some blue. Especially right here. Okay. Actually, let's add some, I think I forgot to add. Yeah, just go around it with some red. I forgot to put line art around there. Okay. Yeah, I think it actually makes it stick out a little bit more. Okay. Yeah, I feel like this is coming along, honestly. Nice. Kind of happy with that. But yeah, I'll probably work on the short skirt, short/skirt for a little bit longer, but as I said before, I don't necessarily want this being too detailed, but you know, I still need to maybe clean up the chains a bit. Hold on, let me add some highlights to these areas real quick though. Yeah. Just kind of go over it lightly, so nothing too crazy. And kind of just make it stand out a bit. So. Okay. So I'm just running over it real quick. Yep, probably the easiest part of the piece so far. Okay. Over this. All right, and there we go. Zoom out. Yeah, and I guess I should probably start blending or like add some cast shadows from the cast shadows / ambient occlusion with the belt real quick. Yeah, maybe that might help. Yeah. You know, I guess you could call them drop shadows. Oh, I think I need to lay down. The sleepiness is giving me a headache and trying to stay awake. Hope you have a good stream, Viridian. All right. Hope you have a good nap / night's rest. Yeah, I hope you feel better. Thank you for showing up and chatting with me, and I hope to see you again soon sometime. But yeah, have a good rest of your night. Okay. Okay, so yeah, right now I'm just adding a drop shadow to the image. So yeah, I guess that's what I would call it. Not normally, but in this case I would. So honestly, I do think it's kind of helping with the image a bit. I'm also thinking that if it doesn't come together completely, I can just sorry, so I have a weird taste in my mouth, but yeah, I can probably just put a bunch, go kind of harder with the multiply layer. So yeah, right now I'm just gonna maybe add some of the blue to the intersections, so it looks a little less out of place, maybe. Okay. Yeah, maybe I can add some a little bit of lighting to the inner areas just to make it pop out a bit more. Not a ton, but maybe a less bright version of this color right here. But that's kind of my thought process. Okay. I need to sip in my water again. I actually do think that helped a little bit, even if it's not really that noticeable. But yeah, let's get some of that blue in here. Hopefully it doesn't look too muddy. Oh yeah, I think I was supposed to actually clean this up too. Oh god. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Maybe going over this with some overlay too might help, so I don't have to work as hard on it, to be honest. Okay. But yeah, I'm almost done with this protein bar, by the way. Probably gonna have to get dinner after the stream. Maybe deal with any final touches after that, but or right after the stream, and then I can eat. And I can go eat. Okay, so right now I'm just kind of lightening it up, but just a wee bit. But yeah, just kind of subtle. I think you guys can kind of see it a little bit, but oops. Tried adding a little bit more outside of the chains too. Actually, I might have an idea rather than cleaning it up. Because I just don't think anyone's gonna like look too deeply into this. But I don't know, maybe they will. Okay. So basically what I need to do is just kind of let's add an overlay layer real quick and just make it look more purple. So, and then I'll lower the saturation a bit, but yeah, just kind of let's just brush over this. And now it looks like a SpaghettiOs, just a wee bit. Yeah, of course, I'll erase part of it and then just kind of... Also, thank you for the subscription Tuesday. Thank you. Also, thank you for coming here and watching my stream. Right now, I'm just, you know, as you can see, I'm just dealing with some of the finer details. So hopefully soon I should be able to get to the more general shapes and stuff. But yeah, I'm just trying to get things to kind of mesh together a bit. Right now I'm just kind of warming up this yellow a touch. I'm gonna lower the opacity to this, of course, just because it kind of looks like SpaghettiOs at the moment, but yeah, and then because I just don't want to spend too much time on these chains right here since they're not like a focal point or anything, but okay. Yeah. Also, I've been lurking, but I noticed I could subscribe. Yay. Art looks amazing today. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. No, I've been spending a decent amount of time on this, but honestly, I do like the direction it's going so far. But yeah, if you don't mind chatting, you don't have to. Maybe how is your day going? Yeah, if you want to just go back to lurking, that's okay. But yeah, just kind of been pushing forward a bit. Also, I finally have the final chunk of my protein bar in here, so I'm just going to zoom into some of the hair here and just do a little bit of cleanup because it's a bit messy. Oops. Okay, gotta merge down. Sorry. But yeah, I just want to clean up some of the braid. Probably not a big deal since you don't really notice until you zoom in a bunch, but still, I want to make it look okay. So yeah, and just blend in some of these areas. It's all good. I've been having a good day. Hope it's the same for you. Yeah, my day's been okay so far. Nothing too crazy happened outside of just doing some drawing. Tried looking for maybe another new art streamer to pop into, or I guess I popped into another art streamer's chat earlier today because I'm thinking that I just need to watch more art streamers, try to study their ways, but like how they stream and stuff. But yeah, they had a pretty cool they seem like they have a nice channel and stuff, so Yeah, I think they're like a industry professional, but I'm not sure. I don't think they're on Blue Sky, so I can't really verify that. I guess I can probably look into that later on, but yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to finish my food. Okay, I just need to drawing it out. But yeah, I'm glad you're having a good day today. Hopefully it continues being good too, so. By the way, since you're here, I keep forgetting to ask, but should I just like start that event? So I don't think there was any like wait time for it, so sorry that I haven't really been active for it, but unless we were like supposed to wait or something. But I'm just gonna soften these slightly too, by the way. Yeah, I just been kind of like beat up these. I got a little bit beat up during the weekend, so especially on Sunday. But yeah, I'll try to participate pretty soon. Like your guys' mystery event, I mean. Okay. I'm probably not gonna worry about cleaning up this area too much. I kind of like how sketchy it looks right here. Yeah, unlike the other areas. I feel like this one kind of works. Also, I'm just gonna pretend this band is gold. Like some sort of gold color. Okay. It's okay, I'm actually postponing it because I need to plan some things out a little bit better. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. Well, hopefully I'll be able to pop in properly once you guys are back and running. Yeah, it seems like a cool little event. I'm also just not always the best with Paint or like Logic, to be honest. So yeah, it feels kind of silly to say it, but to say I'm not good with Logic, but yeah, I'm a little bit stupid when it comes to puzzles. So
good luck.
But hopefully I'll be able to keep up. Okay. Okay, so right now I'm just kind of adding some more colors to the eyelashes so they pop out a bit more. Right now I'm just using an overlay layer, but I'm gonna merge this down and then I'll actually go over with the pink. So I know I wanted to have like this pink here pop up at some point, but yeah, I just couldn't really figure out when to do that. But okay. Sorry, I'm zooming out. Let's see. I could probably add a little bit more in this exact area, so kind of make it look like a highlight. Yeah. I'm not entirely used to using this much, or having this many eyelashes in the piece, so. Yeah, I think it kind of makes the eyes pop. Those eyes are coming out beautiful, thank you. As long as people are having fun, that's what we want, okay. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so just let's throw in a little bit more pink somewhere, maybe. No. And maybe not right there. Okay, I'm just gonna lightly add a touch here. Oops. Okay. Then on the bottom here, I'll add a bit more pink. So sometimes I like working with these like really crazy colors at times. Even though I feel like most of my actual colors I choose are a little more toned down, but yeah, these sort of red and strong, like red to strong blue kind of types of color schemes tend to be fun. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean, if you know what I mean, but You can kind of see it right here, so. Okay. Just gonna stop and observe for a moment. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I felt like there was something I needed to... Another thing that I needed to do, but... I almost forgot to add a few cast shadows. So... Cast shadows / ambient occlusion. You know what I mean, so... But yeah, around here I wanna darken this. And probably, right now I'm having this on a separate layer, so... That's set to multiply. I will, like, merge it back down, but... You know, I wanted to have a little more control, so... Okay, that's not really a clean. So, yeah. And I'm just gonna erase this little bit to kind of imply that the hair is a little bit lifted off. Okay. So let me but glad you like how the eyes are looking. I'm not used to working with like super complicated eyes, like very complicated anime eyes, I mean, so yeah. You know, I actually used to draw my eyes a bit more complicated, but like when I was still in high school, I think, actually, but I don't know, I just kind of lost that skill over time. Like I know that my art style is like a little bit anime, but I don't necessarily focus on like super anime-esque styles, so with my art. I guess you could say that like I started as a anime artist like when in my early art days, but over time I try to be a little more I started leaning a little bit more towards realism, so, and I feel like that kind of altered the way I work. But yeah, that's just kind of how I do it sometimes. Just adding a little bit of a shadow under here. Yeah. The fight of my influences, I guess you could think about it like that. Okay. I feel like it got a little messy right here, so. Okay, and I'll just soften this here. I don't necessarily mind being a little less stylized, but sometimes I miss it a little bit, I think. Okay. But yeah, admittedly, it's not the biggest deal breaker in the world for me. Or the end of the world, I should say. Okay, I think I'm getting here, so I'm gonna add more of this blue and have this kind of be like the lining for here. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, and okay. Just trying to make the figure pop out a bit more. So. And yeah, so maybe just darken up this little area right here, so. That makes sense. I can see the anime influence. Your style reminds me of a painter drew. If a painter drew in a semi-anime style, I see. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the thing is, I just never really got that great of a... I never got like the strongest grasp on realism, admittedly, so... I guess if I try to push myself, I can probably get more, I can get more realistic, but I do like having the heavier, or like having something of some level of detail to the eyelashes and eyes, so like a little more than actual realist artist. I feel like I'm not pronouncing that very well, but you know. Okay. Just zooming in and out. Maybe sharpen the ear here. But I think I'm starting to reach the point where I might be able to move on to the general shading here. Shading / lighting / you know, the details. So. Oh, I almost forgot something. So. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to add shadows here too. Oops. Whoopsie. Okay. Yeah, it's okay, and try to push some of the pinkish color back here, so. Okay, thankfully it's not too complicated, but okay. Try to drag some of this bluish color, so. Okay. Yeah, I also like doing like I did have like a more painterly style back in community college, so. I probably mentioned this to you before, but I did go to community college and I studied like studio art there, so. I actually planned on going to an actual art school afterwards, but you know, I just didn't have the money and the pandemic hit, so yeah, that ended up not happening. Okay. Fellow community college student, yeah. To be honest, I did like my time there, but if I had to like redo everything though, I feel like I probably would have been a half-time student rather than a full-time student, just because, you know, I basically I did take like a very long time to get through there, even though instead of the recommended time, yeah, I feel like my grades would have been a lot better if I just took 2 classes a semester rather than 4. Because I realize now that I kind of, oh my god, sorry. I kind of hyper-focus on one class and then not spend enough time on my other classes. Okay, so right now I am moving on to the general shading, so let's see how this blue looks. Okay. I need to actually set this to multiply. Sorry, I'm just messing with things at the moment. I'll do like this kind of ultramarine color. By the way, out of curiosity, what did you study in community college? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Just a little bit curious. As I said, I studied studio art. I had to take a bunch of general education classes too, so. Yeah, I think the general education classes were my main problem, to be honest. Yeah, art classes take a lot of concentration, so. Especially because the contact hours are like 3, like you have to do like double the contact hours for the same amount of credits, so. I never studied art, but I never graduated. Oh, I see. Same. See? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, COVID kind of screwed things up a lot. That and public speaking, but also, hello, Super. Hope your day is going well. The art is going all right so far. I am finally moving on to the general shading. So basically I'm putting blue over the shaded areas and basically using that to kind of unify the image a bit more and also darken some of the shadows. But then after that, I'll also do a general lighting and then add more light sources and all that. And wow, that looks majestic. Thank you. Yeah, this is a DTYS, or draw this in your style, for one of my streamer buddies, DamiDraws. I'm showing you the original image. Yeah, this is their original artwork, so basically, yeah. And basically redrawing that image, so admittedly I have to give them some of the credit for the, for the actual like setup for the image, so yeah, it definitely makes this easier rather than just planning out the entire thing, so. But yeah, this painting has been pretty fun so far. Yeah. And hopefully I should get it done sometime today, so even if I don't finish it on stream, which at this point I might actually be able to do that, but yeah, I should have it like posted by tonight, sorry. So yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I'm just kind of going over it with one of my brushes. So this is a cleaner general shading than the other one. The other one, just because I feel like my art comes out better when I don't just like slap colors all over the place. When I actually like put effort in their locations. So yeah, right now I'm just using blue, so okay. But yeah, this might be good, so I am going to lower this saturation just a touch. Also, I should probably add add a little bit more to the hand right here. Soften it a bit. How's the garden going? It's okay. I did like lose the cucumbers though, so that really sucks. Like I did get a bunch of cucumbers before it died, but yeah, it died. The tomatoes are doing great though. Like there's getting a lot of tomatoes now, so yeah. And the zinnias are popping up. I actually need to rip cucumbers. Yeah. RIP the cucumbers. Yeah. But yeah, I was thinking that I need to go out there and like cut some of the zinnias since some of the flowers are done. But yeah, when you cut the initial flower, then you can actually then it'll like reflower again. So yeah, I gotta get to doing that pretty soon. But otherwise, it's okay. Oh yeah, and the borage is going crazy as per usual. But yeah. Okay. I gotta name this layer real quick. Gen Shading 2. Also, I forgot to name this other layer too. Highlight. I do have a highlight layer already, so yeah, I can kind of. Yeah, nope, not that one. Right here. So yeah. Okay, so next up we got the general lighting layer, so I'll set that to overlay, and I guess I'll take this orangey color. Actually, it's more pink, isn't it? But yeah. Okay, take a deep breath, and so basically I'm just gonna go over the front here, and right now it looks really strong. That's just because I haven't lowered the opacity yet, and I'll probably actually nah. Yeah, and just kind of lower it a bit, so basically pushing the values a bit, so yeah. Okay, so And we've got to make sure to name this properly. So, Gen Light. Okay, so... Sorry, taking a deep breath. Okay. And I'm also going to go back to the highlight layer and probably just brush up a little bit on the... Also, by the way, there's an ad break coming pretty soon, so fair warning. Yeah, I forgot to mention that, but yeah. Yeah, for those who haven't subscribed or anything, I don't think I really need to go on a break for this one, so... I guess maybe I could grab more water, but yeah, nothing like crazy. Okay, hold on. I might need to actually erase a bit of this. It's not kind of looking meh. Yeah, I don't normally do too much with the hair highlights on the highlight layer anymore, just because of the... Okay, hold on. Alright. Just because I tend to put it in with the base color. Okay. Yeah, so I erased a little bit of it just with the eraser tool. I don't actually use the eraser tool that much, but I do have one that kind of erases part of it. I might add a little bit more to the spray though, so... Okay. Also, hello, Nookos. Thank you for coming, and I hope your day is going well. Fair warning, there's going to be an ad break in like a little over a minute, so... I might just run off to grab a glass of water, or to refill my water properly, but otherwise I'm probably going to keep going, so... But yeah, right now I'm actually getting pretty close to finishing this art piece, but... I'm going to add a secondary light source, or... like a backlight, essentially, so... Just because I like adding backlights, to be honest, so... I know it doesn't always make sense to have, like, a rim lighting or backlighting, but I like it because it looks cool. That's my excuse, anyway. Okay. But yeah, so I set up another add glow layer, and I'm just kind of brushing on this cyan color, so... And it'll be coming down from this area. But yeah, I'm just someone who likes excessive lighting, so... It's looking so good. That's a valid excuse, yeah. But yeah, the ad break is going to be starting in really soon, so once it starts, I'm just gonna run off for like a few seconds or a minute, like literally a minute, so. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna carefully like put this here. And, okay. Okay, it's taking a little bit, so I'll just, zip off right now anyways. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, model might go kind of crazy for a second. I'm back. So, okay. Not actually sure how much the... Okay, Okay, not sure if it's actually happened or not, but yeah, okay, I'll just get back to work here. Alright, so yeah, I'm just gonna keep adding the whole light to the back of the hair. But yeah, I feel like rim lighting like this kind of brings out or makes the figure feel a little bit more 3D, so that's just how I see it. And also because it looks cool, so okay. 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 Sorry, I'm just gonna check the... Okay, stream manager. Okay, I guess it happened anyway, but... Okay, hold on. Okay, back to OBS, please. You know, sometimes I get kind of... Oh. Sometimes I get a little bit worried about being accused of AI, because sometimes I see what they say about other people's stuff, and it's like, this doesn't make sense. You know, a real artist would know how not to put this here, and it's like, you know, I kind of put this there, or like, I don't know, I kind of put nonsensical light sources all over the place. I mean, plus I'm bad at hands, you know, you know, earlier this arm actually looked quite messy, so. You know, like the edge here wasn't really you know, it looked like the elbow was blending into itself, so yeah. I've only been like accused of using AI like once, and it was by someone on Reddit, so it's not really a random it's probably not like anyone serious, but yeah, I think I might be safe, to be honest, so yeah, sorry if you guys don't want to hear me complain about that, but yeah, it's just how it is sometimes. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna carefully put this down on the fingers, so okay. But yeah, so let's just put some more around. And I'll probably blend out some of the sections just to clean it up a bit. Okay. Or try to make it look a little bit cleaner. So. Of course, I still have the overlay layer too, so when I'm done with the current lick, when I'm done cleaning up, I can add an overlay layer under this, and that can bring out the blue a bit better. So sometimes it's not necessary, but you know, it can make it feel like it's glowing a bit. Okay. Okay, yeah, bring up this blue right here. Maybe no, try not to have it be too messy, of course, but yeah. So just kind of blend it out. I think I might need a third light source layer for the magic lines and stuff too, because I kind of almost forgot about that. Like, there is a third light source, but still I kind of wanted a blue light source, so magic nonsensical light source, here we come. Okay, yeah, let's put some of it down here. Yeah, it's sorry, I'm a little bit in a focus mode again, so okay. But yeah, is anything exciting going on for you guys? Especially Nakut? Yeah. Probably should have asked this earlier, but yeah, I got kind of got kind of distracted by the ad break coming, so okay, gotta just add a little bit of blue right here. Okay. You know, I put a bunch of detail in this armpit, and then it gets blocked off by the magic light source, so okay. Oh well. Probably for the best, to be honest. Okay, so we get a clipping mask, then we get a... Nope, that's not what I wanted. Another overlay layer. Okay, hold on. Then I will just kind of make it a cooler blue and just kind of do this. Okay. Oops. Yeah, of course I'm gonna have like lower the opacity just a touch. But okay. Yeah, just lower the opacity again. And then I can have that third light source. So let me just name the layers real quick. Backlight overlay. Okay, so then we have the pink light source. So yeah, just a lot of light sources going on. So I add glow. Now take this pink color, actually make it zoom in because I want it to be this. Yeah, it's kind of peachy pink. Okay. This poor coffee got cold so fast. Okay. So right now I'm just gonna... Okay. So just try to clean this up. Okay. And try to get the ears a bit, so with a little ear gem. Yeah, this one's mostly behind the Dami, so okay. So there's that one. Actually, I can probably bring this in a little bit more. Okay. Actually, should be coming from down here. Okay. Alright. And over here, I will just kind of take the airbrush and just kind of there. Okay. Actually, I'll probably erase a little bit of it, especially in the actual shadow areas. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, sorry I'm being a little bit quiet. I guess I asked this earlier, but I don't know if it's relevant to you guys. I was talking a bit about plushies with someone who was here earlier, and I'm kind of curious if you do collect plushies or anything. If you prefer like the realistically colored plushies, or I guess toned down plushies, or do you prefer the super bright and vibrant plushies, like with the hot or like the really strong colors and the glitter and all that? Yeah, I don't know if you guys actually collect that kind of stuff. I'm just kind of reminiscing a little bit about the days when I used to collect toys. But it's just not really an option for me anymore, so... Oh, sorry, just got back. Okay, welcome back. Hey. Yeah, I was working on the side lighting here, so... I was just talking a little bit, have you ever, like, collected, toys or plushies or whatnot, or is that just not something you personally care about? What about toys? Like, do you collect it? Because I was just, I was talking about this earlier with someone else in the chat, but I guess, recently I kind of watched, a YouTube video about someone kind of reminiscing about some of the plushies from the 2000s and kind of talking about how they were more... Like, how they were more toned down back in the day, rather than today, which is the really strong colors and dino figurines, so that's cool. I see. But yeah, I was just kind of curious if you guys if anyone who here collects plushies, if they prefer, like, the more, like, saturated plushies or the realistic colored plushies or somewhere in between. I think I'd consider myself one of those people who are kind of in between, so... Doesn't necessarily have to be, like, realistic looking, but I do kind of like I do prefer it to not be, like, super crazy, so... But... Yeah, like pastels, I think. Yeah, sorry, I'm blanking out. More muted, I guess. Okay, that's true. Yeah, I was also thinking about my old, how I used to kind of collect the Webkinz back in the day, because those were kind of popular, and, you know, I kind of dug out my, one of my old Webkinz, which is a budgie, so... Yeah, and I kind of thought it was funny that even though it's, like, brightly colored, it's technically, kind of not... It's technically more naturalistic, so... It's not really shaped like a budgie, though, so... Actually, it technically wasn't a photo that I posted a few days ago of the peach pancakes, but... Yeah, I was just kind of thinking about the old days and all that. The good old days. Back in my day. Okay. Yeah, I'll stop. Alright. So... Okay, hold on. I forgot to do the chains. Whoops. Okay. I'm just gonna quickly add some highlights, just okay. Then I get the blue and just kind of try not to worry about it too much, but those are not the main focus of the image. But yeah. Okay, so I think we're kind of getting there. I'm gonna turn down the general lighting a bit more. Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't really need a bunch of... Yeah, I don't need a... I guess I didn't really need to brighten this up too much. So. However, I do need to... I think we're getting to the point of, like, adding more layer effects, so... Or maybe not layer effects, but yeah, just general effects. So I actually have a texture here already. I might want to tone it down a bit further, maybe. I don't know. Just trying to see how it looks. Yeah, I played this yesterday, but kind of second guessing myself now that the piece is mostly done. Let's set this to overlay and see how that looks. Honestly barely noticeable. Hold on. How would it look if I had this as like this? Sorry, I set the clipping mask because I have that as a clipping mask, but yeah, it's not quite working. Hold on, I'll just add, maybe have this as overlay? No, okay. Okay. Yeah, let's just set this back to normal. Yeah, I didn't necessarily want it to just have normal noise. I wanted to have it be a bit lighter, but I'm not sure about this. How about vivid light? Vivid light kind of works. Not the most noticeable, but I actually kind of like it like that. Okay. Yeah, it's a bit toned down. Oh, God, sorry. It's a bit toned down, but I don't hate it. Okay. But I'm kind of thinking I need to... Oh yeah, and there's a copy of the sketch, of the original sketch right here, so I'm gonna keep it hidden so I don't lose all my details. But I just realized I need to start putting things into a group, so... Okay. So yeah, okay, and actually hold on, there's, I guess maybe still a few things I want to add, but okay, let's just put the image in the group right now, so that's not a group, that's a layer, okay. Okay, make sure to hit the folder, and then name it Dami. I usually just put some grain on the end, but texture is nice, yeah. Yeah, I think noise and grain are the same thing, but I usually like to add a bunch of stuff at the very end, so let's see. Try to cram everything into it. I don't know if it changed things up, but Control C. Just have a back copy just in case. And then I'll set it as a clip. Nope. Ah! Hold on. What? Oh yeah, dude. I'll set it as a clipping mask to the current back. And then... So first I would like to add a quick vignette layer, so... Not really a true vignette, I just kind of make the edges a bit darker, so... Yeah, set it to multiply and just kind of go around here. Then I lowered it, so... Kind of like a little bit toned down, but not too out of the way. And I might consider a overlay layer, so this kind of bright peachy color. Probably isn't necessary here, but... Especially, compare it to the reference. Okay, it's like set to 5, but... Sorry, just try to raise it a bit. Let's see if there's more. See how it looks on the other. Honestly, it looks okay on the other one, but I'm gonna hit it with the... Hit the other side with the cyan, just so it fits. Okay. Sorry, I get a little bit distracted over here, so... Actually, I should probably shove this back into the general folder, so... Gotta name these real quick, so... Then... Atmo. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna lower it back down again. Okay, so it's just like a slight change, maybe? I don't know. Sometimes I forget to look at my main screen, because my tablet screen is, I have a Canvas 13. It actually has a little bit of a pinkish tint to it, so sometimes the colors aren't 100% accurate. But and I kind of just forget to be careful about it, so... Okay. Okay. I think it actually looks a little bit better if it's at 10%. Can I make it black and white for a sec? Yeah, like this. Alright, yeah, I just made it like that. Okay. Yeah, I'm just kind of fleshing my overlay layer so it turns a little darker when I remove it. Okay. I'm gonna change it back to the color, so. Here's some of the more dramatic set. So I'm gonna do a couple of more dramatic sets. So I'm gonna copy and paste the whole group real quick. And then I'm gonna merge the second, or the copy, and then copy that again. Also, I'm gonna save, because I haven't done that in a little bit. It looks great contrast-wise, thank you. Yeah, I try to check up on the values every once in a while, so. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is put Gaussian blur. So try to, let's see. Yeah, so I blur this old image that's over and just kind of lower the saturation. So yeah, it's like, so it gives it a little bit of a hazy look without necessarily losing all the detail. But I don't know, it kind of feels a little unnecessary, but yeah. Let me just and I usually try to erase around the face, so admittedly it feels a little unnecessary right now, but yeah. Maybe I can blur it again, honestly, just real quick. Yep, Gaussian blur. Blur it again. Okay. Yeah, it looks alright. I think it's okay. And I can barely tell any difference. But okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to check. Yeah, I'll just set it really low. And maybe the hand, because it's closer. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess the hand is technically a focal point as well, so. Of course I have it so low that it's kind of not really super noticeable, but I guess the piece is kind of okay on its own, so. I'll keep the really low saturation blur layer, but yeah, so. Okay, so the second step that I take is, okay, that's not what I meant. Cancel. Okay. Sorry, I hit the wrong thing, but, okay, so I'm going to hit the effect, then chromatic aberration. So this is the more exciting one. Kind of intense right now, though, so gotta lower this quite a bit. Yeah, it's gonna, maybe a little bit more. But I feel like this kind of makes things look kind of intense, so I'm gonna lower this, of course. Actually, I'll lower this too. But yeah, it kind of has a cool effect. Okay. Yeah, just trying to see. Yeah, I'm just kind of screwing around a little bit, but okay. But I feel like the chromatic aberration honestly makes things look really, kind of really brings things, kind of makes things look cool, I guess. So, all right. So, I'm just gonna merge the color layer with noise type, and I'm gonna drag that down to here. Check again. Okay. Anyways, so here's the one of the later steps. So right now I'm just gonna basically make a quick border. You can use the strung up effect, but you will have to erase the body. Maybe. I think I kind of prefer. I think I'm okay with how it is right now. So. Okay. Yeah, the chromatic aberration is actually centered around the face, so kind of the important part. Right now it's kind of desaturated, so it doesn't really, or the opacity is down, so it's not really a big deal. But okay, so canvas size. So you guys can't really just see the window, but I'm going to have to apply some mathematics right now. Obviously one of the hardest things. in art, math. Okay, so 900. Try to 98. Okay, add a little bit of a border right here, and then this one's easier. Okay, 75. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I try to add 150 pixels to each dimension, so I have a kind of a thinnish border. And then what I like to do next is basically have a color layer, so and I will like manually kind of mesh it to the back here. So obviously it isn't meant to be a perfect match, but because I will lower the saturation afterwards. So I'm gonna take this purple, lower it, make it look bluer. Okay. Yeah, and right now I'm focusing on the greater details, so. Okay. Add a little bit of this. Yeah, it's. I start out with the greater details anyway. But... Okay, I'm just trying to. Okay, so and then now I will start with the finer detail. Oops. Okay, trying to shrink this up a bit. So trying to. Right here, right here, right here, and here. Okay. Yeah, right. So, obviously this is probably one of the more boring parts, but I feel like it adds a little bit. Okay. Okay, just seeing if I missed anything. Oh yeah, this little area. Okay, so then I lower the opacity, so there. It looks like Polaroid. I see. Yeah, I like to give it a fancy effect. Yeah, I like to give it a special effect, so yeah. Okay, oops. Okay, it's taking a little bit to load to save, but okay, so I think we're clear for the final step, so gotta just pull it out. Okay. So yeah, I actually managed to. Okay, it's on the bottom. All right. And also one of the toughest steps is just trying to figure out where I can shove this thing. Obviously I'm gonna shrink it, but how about I just shove it here, honestly? It might be fine right here, actually. Shrink it a little bit more. Okay, just gonna choose what color it should be, so. Yeah, I feel like everyone else has like, oh, it's a good presentation, thank you. Ah, dang it, okay. Okay, maybe this wasn't the best spot for it. Hold on, I'm still thinking. Add glow. Sorry, I'm just trying to plan this out. Wait, I have an idea. You guys probably can't see what I'm doing right now, but okay, rotation angle, add a 9. Enter. Let's set a negative. Okay. Just kind of shrink it a little bit. Okay. Alright. So. And yeah, I'm just gonna just chop up a little bit of these ends. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to... I'm in focus mode right now. Yeah, I can probably tell that I'm not really a big fan of adding my logo to things. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to... I'm almost there. I'm almost there, everyone. Okay. What would happen if I put this as a... Not 9. No, oh, okay. 180. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just gonna... Maybe I should redo my logo at some point. Just gonna make this less cyan and more just... Nope, okay. Okay. What if I stick it up here, actually? Okay, it disappeared. Yeah, okay, we're putting it back here. Sorry, okay, I guess I'll just set up with this, maybe lower it again. Okay, I have to stop. Okay. Maybe. No, I won't. I won't stop. No, I will. Okay. Yeah, what if I just spent like an entire hour just like messing with the logo? Probably drive myself insane. Okay, you know what? Valid, yeah. Yeah, so originally I did have like an actual logo that I wanted to use, but you know, it just kind of looks not great right here, so. This was supposed to look like a bunch of jellyfish, but yeah, I just couldn't do it, man. Graphic design is not my passion. Not at all. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to... Okay, let's just save a duplicate and a PNG. So. But yeah, okay. So I'm officially done with this piece. So I think I will be posting it to Blue Sky after this stream, but I think right now I'm just gonna go ahead and, you know, after all that, I'm just gonna start filling in sunflowers, so. Actually, I should probably change the stream name real quick, but yeah, I do plan on going for 4 hours, so. Because I think I'm gonna be putting maybe cyan and add glow, lower opacity. I think that's actually what I already did, like for this. Yeah, it's actually on. That's kind of what I already did, except for the cyan part, but I appreciate the suggestion, but yeah, I think I'm just gonna settle with this one. So, oh yeah, ha ha ha, yeah. Maybe one day I'll figure out how to sign things properly, but yeah, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and start working on my other art piece. So, some of you might have heard me talking about how I wanted to do a sunflower piece, but so I actually sketched it out and colored it in yesterday. So obviously it still needs work with some of the color choices, but right now I'm just focusing on the sunflower field because I think it'd be... Sorry, I'm like trying to write out a new title. Sunflower field. Struggling with sunflowers. Because I think I can make more solid decisions once I actually like put everything down. So, sunflowers are hell, yeah. Honestly, I don't think they're as bad as other flowers can be, but I've done some, yeah. Like, I don't plan to go too like detailed with this. I mean, I'm probably going to be detailed with the petals, but it's not like they're the main focus of the actual image. So it's a journey, yeah. I mean, if I can do marigolds, I can do sunflowers, honestly, but... Okay. Just need to find my sunflower color. Just gonna color pick, and then, yeah. So, yeah, for those who don't know, I was actually working on these sunflowers until, like, right before the stream, so... And before the sunflowers, it was, the hand and Dami's piece, but yeah, so probably for the rest of the stream it's just going to be me coloring in a bunch of sunflowers. Honestly, like, sketching these out wasn't too bad, so I think probably adding more detail might be more of a pain in the butt, but yeah. But, you know, I finally get to work on a piece that's, like, mostly yellow, or at least very warm colored. So, you know, kind of fit the August/early September vibe, in a way. Yeah, I feel like I need to work on more pieces with, like, warm color schemes. Because if you've seen my art, you can probably, you probably notice that it's very, I tend to lean a lot more towards cool colors. You know, maybe with like some pops of red, but yeah, cool colors are kind of my bread and butter. It's a nice palette, thank you. Yeah. I probably do need to tone down some of this purpley blue color, but I'm gonna deal with that later on. So. It's just that this is taking place during sunset, and I kind of realized that there's a lot of like very blue shadows that kind of come about during that time of day. So, plus this guy's like the harpy character here is like very white. He's supposed to be like a white dove, so yeah. Yeah, as I said, as you probably know, I've been kind of thinking about like pigeons and doves lately, just because I feel like they'd be a cool pet. Not that I'm ready to get a bird or anything, but yeah, I tried looking into them a little bit this weekend. So it's just kind of nice to daydream about it, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know how you guys feel about like pigeons and doves, but they're pretty cute. I don't live in a city area, so I don't actually see that many pigeons around. Like sometimes I see like actual pigeons like flying under the underpass that's near my workplace, like under the highway bridge, but And I see like mourning doves around, but like actual like city pigeons, like rock doves, I don't see those guys very often. It's my thing. I love drawing birds. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. I know, Mr. Seagull Harpy. Yeah, I hope I didn't get that one wrong, but yeah, birds are really cute stuff. You know, I was kind of talking about it a bit earlier, but I'm thinking that I need to get back into Blender and stuff, and I was thinking that while I try to relearn Blender, that maybe I can do some bird studies for my streams. Like pieces that won't take too long to work, or like don't require too much time, but can still like still be like somewhat entertaining. I don't know. Yeah, but it might be nice to do some faster paced pieces. But yeah. Yeah, actually I've been enjoying doing like those bird studies. Kind of made me feel a little bit more confident in like painting or like digital painting. So like of course I've done digital painting beforehand, but like just doing everything doing a bunch of stuff on a single layer, like all the colors and stuff are on just one layer right now. So like I merge the layers together and just kind of do it all together. Because I talked about it earlier, but like for a lot of previous pieces, I used to have every section be its own layer, like hair and skin and clothing. But yeah, I'm just letting myself be a little bit messier. So I think I kind of struggle with that a lot more. But yeah, bird studies. I went a little bit off topic right there, but yeah, I don't know if anyone has like interest in what kinds of birds I should like paint next, but I was kind of considering maybe like a hummingbird, but later I can send you a streamer that is helpful. He does Blender things and he is good in explanations. I see. Yeah, that might be helpful. I know the thing that kind of roadblocked me since since I took a break was actually the hair. So yeah, I did not I've just been so distracted lately that I never really distracted this entire summer that I just haven't been doing my Blender stuff. Yeah, I can't believe the summer just flew by already. It's like, dang. Like what happened to August? I'm the same, yeah. Like I guess I felt like I did experience like June and July because I was kind of just like, I know that there's like I was pretty stressed during those months, but August just passed by, man. Probably because of all the vacations and stuff. Dang it. I mean, I can't complain about vacations, but you know. I mean, it's just one vacation and then the zoo last week, or I guess a little over last week, but yeah. But yeah, definitely whooshed by. I feel like I didn't do anything and the summer's over. Haha, yeah. Fair enough. Like I said, I did do like art fight, which definitely took up my time. Honestly, probably because of it's probably art fight, or like art fight is the reason why I felt like summer passed by for me. But yeah, it definitely felt like it passed by. I guess it isn't necessarily the end of the world because I'm not the biggest fan of summertime, but I'm just not a big hot weather person, but I do look forward to the autumn coming, admittedly. But yeah, it's definitely crazy. Okay. Anyways, I'm just gonna... But yeah, these, but yeah. Hopefully I can get this piece done in like a reasonable amount of time, just because I know it's going to take more like looking at everything now. I know it's going to take more time than the last piece, but I guess try not to drive myself insane with the flowers, of course, but yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm just... Oh, my back. Okay, stretch properly. I have a bad posture. By the way, do you like autumn by any chance, or... I don't know what autumn is like in the Balkans, but... Around in my area, autumn can be really nice. Especially in, like, October. Not so much in November. November sucks, but... Yeah, November is just, early winter, to be honest. I hate warm weather. Oh, yes, I hate warm weather. I see. Yeah, warm weather can be pretty rough. Unless you... Sorry. I assume you just had a typo. Because, I'm not sure what warm weather would be. But yeah. Yeah, I like weather that's, mildly cool. Yes, yeah. Ha ha ha, yeah. Kind of wondering what warm weather would be. I don't know, maybe like rainy, because, they all come up during the rain. I actually got to see a bunch of robins yesterday, so... I was kind of missing the robins a little bit, but yeah, there were a bunch yesterday because it was like raining like crazy, and yeah, I got to see them like hopping around in the yard, which is nice. So yeah, the North American robin, just to be clear. But yeah, I was kind of worried about what happened to the robins, but you know, I looked it up, and I realized that they're probably just deeper in the forest because they're more like springtime birds rather than you know, hot summer birds. Plus, I like the colors. Yeah. Yeah, autumn is really pretty. Yeah, I know in the autumn you hear a lot of like crows in the forest. At least in our area. Of course, sometimes you hear a lot of crows cawing away in other times of the year, but yeah, it feels like they get kind of crazy during the autumn. And I think you see a lot of seagulls on the parking lot during the autumn too, so they kind of disappear during the summer, and maybe like part of the winter. Maybe the warmer parts of winter they're still around, but yeah, the really cold parts of winter there's not really any seagulls. But yeah, here the robins are more of a winter birds. I see. Yeah, I know that the robins are like two different birds, which is kind of funny. Apparently, the American robin is named after the European robin, so. And I feed them on my balcony. Yeah, that's cute. Yeah, I wish we could like have bird feeders out in our yard, but we have that cat that kind of escapes the house a lot. Like, he's not supposed to be outside, but he kind of just like dashes out when he can. So yeah, it's not really a good idea to have a bird feeder when he's running rampant, unfortunately. So. But yeah. have you heard of the northern cardinal, which is a North American bird? I'm just curious, because, you know, we have some winter birds around here too, and it's like, they're usually like chickadees and like black-capped chickadees and cardinals. And yes, yeah. Yeah, I've been thinking about them earlier this month too, just because they're really cool. Actually, when we were at the zoo last week, I actually saw there was actually a cardinal that kind of like flew right in front of us, which is kind of fun, which was kind of interesting. There are also like a billion chipmunks running around, but yeah, it's not like one of the... I don't think most people really care that much about hearing about chipmunks at the zoo. But yeah, there were a bunch of chipmunks at the zoo. You know, obviously not in cages. They were all, yeah. Kind of wanted to joke about like the great African chipmunk, because there was like a big Africa section in the zoo we went to, but I really want to photograph it, but I don't think I'll ever go to America. I see. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, it can be definitely hard to see some birds. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna... I feel like maybe I should wait on these back ones, just because I usually prefer to color in the stem first. Like the petals are kind of the last thing, but... yeah, just kind of wondering what to do here. Kind of... oops. Hold on a second. Yeah, just kind of fill in some of the areas down below just to make it a bit more interesting. I don't know, I feel like this figuring out the lower sections is actually probably something I want to worry about off stream, but I think right now I'll just fill in this darker greenish color. So this is actually like a very, very grayish cyan, like the color that I'm actually using, but it looks kind of green here, so. Okay. But yeah, I was thinking of having a little bit more of a abstraction, or letting this lower area be a little more abstract, but yeah. It looks so dreamy. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to bring out the hazy late summer vibe, so, you know, summer's last hurrah and all that. By the way, there's an ad break in probably like 2 minutes, so I'm probably just going to take a quick restroom break, and then, yeah, I don't plan to be gone for very long since you know, I usually end at 4 hours, but yeah, I decided that I'm going to go on for 4 hours today, so yeah. But right now I think I'm going to start, I want to put some lighting over these leaves, so let's see. So just take this color right here, maybe lighten it, go back on the colors that I marked down, so maybe sorry, I'm just trying to make a decision. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll just cool this color down a little bit. I actually have an overlay layer over everything, so the actual colors technically look more like this, so, but I have this yellow filter over it just to make it hazier, but okay, yeah. So when it goes down, I'm just gonna zip off real quick. Okay. Yep. And try to keep the coloring simple. Okay. So, yeah, it's fine. I also kind of tried to make the leaves look a little more like hearts. I don't think that's necessarily accurate to sunflowers, but... Okay, and the break is going on, so I'll BRB, but... Yeah, I just thought it'd be cute. But yeah, so I'm gonna save and zip off real quick. And gotta turn off them. Ah! I've been muted this entire time. No! Crap. I was wondering why everything was so quiet. But yeah, so I'm probably just gonna end the stream now. I can't believe I made that same mistake. At least I wasn't muted for an entire hour, though, so... yeah. Sorry, I'm just, like, looking at my art piece. I did get some basic lighting done. Oh, yeah. Yep. Okay. But yeah, I think this might be okay. Sorry, I was thinking that you were just too focused, oh. Yeah, I was, moving my mouth and everything, but... but yeah, so... Okay. Sorry, I just, like, trying to mentally recover right now. Maybe I'll just continue working for the rest of the hour, so... Just so it doesn't just end with me being muted, but... Yeah, it's just kinda... Ah, man. Curse you, OBS, even though it's just me forgetting. Nah, it's okay. Yeah. I don't even really remember what I was talking about. Oh, yeah. I was thinking about, like, what birds... I guess, while I was muted, I was, rambling about birds. So, thinking about what bird could, like, represent autumn pretty well, so... You know, at first I was thinking about Canadian geese because you see a lot of them like migrate, like flying high in the sky, but I realized that turkeys are kind of a cultural symbol for autumn time, so I don't know if there's any birds that you personally think of for autumn, but yeah, turkeys and geese I think are autumn birds for me, so. And canaries and chickadees are probably like winter birds, robins are spring birds. And yeah, I'm not really sure what I would choose for summer birds. Outside of seagulls. Seagulls are summer birds. I mean, the seagulls are everywhere year round, but pheasant, I see. It was not that long, yeah. Maybe like 15 minutes at worst, or around that time. But like, yeah, at least it wasn't like an hour again, because I was like streaming for, I think I was doing that gaming stream once, and I was like muted for an entire hour without realizing it. Yeah, I don't think anyone was there, because yeah, but yeah, I felt kind of embarrassed about that one. So. Anyways. You know, I do think turkeys are like really cool looking, but I don't think I would want to like, I'm definitely not in the mood to draw like a turkey, so maybe in like November, a turkey might be nice, but yeah, they're kind of complicated. I guess maybe not necessarily like female turkeys might be okay, but like male turkeys are have a lot going on. You know, they're kind of like peacocks in a way. Like they got some crazy feathers going on. But yeah, if I choose like to do a autumn bird, I'm probably gonna go with the geese. And for summer, the golden oriole. I see. Yeah, I think I know what that bird is. Yeah. Oops. Okay. Sorry, I'm just kind of thinking things through. I'm kind of wondering if I want some like more sunflowers kind of like popping off really high in the corner, but I'm not sure, so I'll have to like think about that a fair bit more, but yeah. Okay. And in spring, the shiny ibis. I see. Yeah, I need to look that up. I'll just look it up real quick. Because I think I'm like getting a little bit fried. Shiny ibis. Or like, basically I need a break. Oh, now it looks cool. I really like the wings here. Yeah, it's a pretty bird. Yeah. I wonder if hummingbirds can be kind of considered summer birds, since they kind of hang out around here during the summer. Or like, obviously not for everyone, but yeah, around here they're more like you know, they don't really stick around all year, so. And they definitely make you think of flowers, because that's what they like to drink nectar. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna blink out. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe I should just call the stream. Maybe I should just end the stream now, because or at least just like hang around and chat for a bit. But yeah, I think I need a little mental break from drawing, so I'll just leave the picture up here for now. But they have a metallic feel about their feathers. I see. Yeah, they were like really, really shiny from the picture that I saw. Yeah, kind of a little bit like pigeons or, you know, hummingbirds with how shiny they are. Yeah, it's kind of cool how some birds have like really have those like really nice bright feathers. Yes, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much like they kind of stick out too. Like there's the, I know that we have blue jays. They're not quite as shiny looking, but they definitely stick out because they, you know, their color kind of forms the same way as the birds that have shiny feathers. So sorry, I'm not explaining it very well, but with, you know, the light refraction type of feathers rather than the actual like dyed feathers. Yeah, it definitely makes them feel more opulent or something. Opulent. Yeah. Do you have any ideas for like winter birds on your end? Because I already mentioned mine, like the, you know, the little cardinals, and I guess you kind of mentioned the robins, so yeah. Sorry, I'm like blanking out, trying to think about the birds. Swans, I see. Yeah. Like, do they come down to, or do they come, or like, sorry, do they hang around the Balkans during the winter, or? Because part of me is thinking about Swan Lake, but I don't know, I don't think that's, I don't know if that's really a wintertime ballet. I know it's by this, I know Swan Lake's by the same guy who did the Nutcracker, so that's why I'm thinking about that, but yeah. I don't think we really have swans around here for during the winter, just because everything freezes over, but I guess maybe I should look that up. So they could be around here and I just don't notice them. You know, being white birds and all that. I don't think that's necessarily why they're gone, but yeah. Okay. But yeah, so maybe I can do a Huron for the bird study. But we have weird mix of birds because they come here because the migration. I see. Yeah, so they kind of head to your place then for the, you know, a little wintertime vacation. Even the flamingos are here for the winter. I see. I see. Yeah, it's kind of funny to think about. Yeah, big ol' mishmash of birds then. Exactly, yeah. I see. Sorry, I need to stretch again. Oh yeah, this one's kind of cool to see. Yeah, obviously we're the opposite over here. You know, we're the place that the birds fly north to, so it's kind of interesting to think about that. But yeah, so, sorry, I'm kind of blanking out a little bit. Maybe I should just end the stream and try to, you know, probably go out and get some food later, because I do need to get my own dinner tonight, and we have a heavy snowy season. Oh wow. Yeah, that's interesting. Like how many centimeters of snow do you get? Sorry, I was about to ask for inches, but I realized, yeah, you probably don't use inches. You don't use inches, so I think I can do the basic conversion between inches and centimeters. I'm not really great at math, but you know, I think it's like almost like a 2.5 centimeters per inch, so it's not really that complicated. About 150. Wow. I see. Yeah, it's crazy. One and a half meters then. Yeah, I know in some places it gets like that in the northern part of the state, but Yeah, that's like crazy to think about. Yeah, did you ever have to like deal with that much snow in your place, or? Because obviously I haven't dealt with that kind of snow in my area, but yeah. Yeah, it's probably a nightmare to shovel. You know, probably wouldn't even go outside for that. Nope. But the Via Pontica is going through Bulgaria, so all birds come. Oh yes, I see. Oh wow. Oh yeah, that sounds like one hectic winter then. Yeah, I probably wouldn't even go outside if if that happens, to be honest. You can wake up to your whole car under snow. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know people will have their cars buried by snow over here, but yeah, it's like not really in our area, but yeah. I guess thinking about our now, like our specific area where where the neighborhood is, it never seems like it to get hit as hard as other areas. Like even like areas that are close by to it, but and like -10 by Celsius, I see. Yeah, that sounds pretty tough. Yeah, that actually sounds like that actually sounds like around here for temperatures. But yeah, it's quite... Yeah, it sounds like a big pain in the butt. But yeah. Yeah, in our specific area, it usually gets to be maybe knee height, but... Yeah, I know up north it gets worse, but... I don't know if it... Sorry, my mic peaked. I don't know if it gets like that during the... more towards the west, because I know about the snow effect in Michigan. But... You know, because the... You know, I think like a lot of the fronts, and I'm not very good about the terminology here, but the front, like all the storms and fronts, and like the wind kind of blows from the west to the east around here over like Lake Michigan. So I know that Western Michigan kind of gets hit by a lot worse storms than here. I'm going to show you what the snow effect means real quick. Sorry, I keep trying to compare everything to Michigan. It's just kind of... You know, it's my main reference for things, so... But it looks like really crazy from from the satellite image. There's a satellite image that's kind of nuts. Yeah. Okay, copy image, and I'll just show it to you real quick. Yeah. Wait, but in general, we have all ranges of weathers and seasons. Normal, I see. Yeah. I guess the areas to the west are still getting hit pretty hard. Yeah, sometimes it's just kind of interesting to hear about weather, to be honest, so... Yeah, all kinds of weather. Does it also get really hot in the Balkans, or not really? Yeah, it's been a long time since I heard that like in some places that like about like continental climates and oceanic climates, but it's been a long time since I looked into that. So 240, I see. Just gonna... Yeah, I'm really bad about temperature conversions, so I'm just gonna check that real quick. C2 Fahrenheit. Oh wow, yeah, it's pretty rough. Yeah. Admittedly, it kind of sounds like our normal temperature range in the mid, like in around Michigan, but yeah, I know it can be kind of frustrating, or like really suck to feel that weather. Sorry, I'm just like staring at the photo. And there's a bug in here, so. But yeah. But yeah, so. Have you ever had an interest in like basic meteorology, or is that not something you really care that much about? But that gives good times for the nature. Yeah, that's true. Oh, not? Oh, no. Okay. I see. All right. And yeah, I guess a lot of things do like the hot weather. I think a lot of the animals around here kind of prefer it to not be that intense, though. But yeah, they do tend to like the things do get livelier when the weather is up there. So there's that. Yeah, I guess 40 Celsius is a bit tough for the stuff here. Sorry, my brain is like fried. I think it's we have like peaks for winter sports and 2 hours from the sea. I see. That's cool. Yeah, the Balkans are supposed to be like mountainous, isn't it? So the mix is great. I see. Yeah, it'd be pretty fun. You know, in the past I was interested in skiing, but I'm not really a sporty person, so I kind of lost interest in that. I also tried cross-country skiing, and I got so cold that I just kind of wanted to go back home. Or not home, but, you know, back inside, so. But yeah, imagine going to the beach and then just kind of, then like in a couple of, yeah, starting the day by going swimming at the beach and then just going up a mountain and skiing down. Ha 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 ha, yeah. Yeah, like my fingers would be like freezing, so. Yeah, I don't handle the cold weather very well, but I know in the like I don't know, sorry, I'm like blinking out. Like my core body can handle the cold weather really well, but when it comes to like my fingers and my hands and stuff, then it just like it's and my feet, you know, the extremities, that's usually a nightmare. Some people do that in the spring. Oh wow. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, probably trying to enjoy their vacation, get everything in there. Have you ever gone mountain skiing before? Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about skiing before, but I've only ever gone like cross-country skiing, so no, skiing on like relatively flat surfaces, but all in one. Oh wow. I see. Oh no, I don't. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit confused. Okay. Yeah, all in one for the vacation, but you don't mountain ski. I see. Yeah, I don't think I'd like the feeling of like falling down and just kind of like tumbling down a mountain, to be honest, so. I do ice climbing. Oh wow. Yeah, it's gonna be. That sounds cool. I know, I feel like I'd be too scared to go ice climbing, but yeah, I'm actually, yeah, sorry, my brain kind of flashed to like one of the Alien versus Predator movies, like when the main character is just like climbing up a wall of ice, but it is, yeah. I gotta like take that pick and just kind of like smash it into the ice, and it's scary sometimes. I see. Yeah, I don't think my heart's kind of built for that, but I guess everyone has to have their hobbies. But yeah, so. Are like the sights you see worth it at least? Because there's probably got to be a bunch of like really cool sights from a distance. Yep, I see. Yeah, it's... yeah, I'm just trying to wonder what your motivation for it was. What? Sorry. Yeah, sorry, my brain's actually, you know, I think it's just time to stop the stream for now, so sorry about that. Yeah, I'm just getting really hungry, so I think I gotta get dinner pretty soon, so. But yeah, thank you for coming here and, showing up. Yeah, sorry to cut the conversation a little bit short, but... from the climbing, yes, it's beautiful. Yeah, that's what I meant. Okay, sorry, I'm just gonna look for someone to raid real quick, so let's see. Okay. Yeah, trying to find another art streamer, so kind of wondering who to go after. Maybe I can go after someone new today. Let's see. Okay, someone is drawing Teletubby MPreg art. We will not be writing them. Have a great rest of your evening. You too. It's probably nighttime for you, but yeah. Yeah, just trying to... Okay, let's see what you're drawing. Okay, sorry, I'm just... yeah. It's quite the title right there. Okay, working on shrimps. Let's see this person. Okay. Yeah, sorry, it's taking a little bit longer than I anticipated. How about this person? Yeah, I'm just looking at you, or the Twitch recommended. So. Yeah, maybe I can try rating this person. They got a pretty cool art style, so I'm just gonna pause the music too. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it took a little longer than I anticipated, but let me just actually I need to copy and paste their name, but yeah, they got a really cool cartoony art style in their models, so, and it looks like they're drawing a character for themselves, so great. Okay. So yeah, anyways, thank you for everyone who came today, and I hope your days goes well. Just a reminder that I stream on Tuesdays and Fridays at 1 p.m. And I don't think I'll be doing Gamer Ghost Wednesday tomorrow. I'm probably just putting that on hold for a little bit, but hopefully next week I can get back to gaming. But yeah, anyways, I'll be posting my art piece for the Draw This in Your Style piece pretty soon. But anyways, let's get to the rating, and yeah, have a good night, everyone. All right, and 3, 2, 1, and let's raid. Okay. Try to check. Yep.
I don't have like a fast dance. Let's go with this.
Oh, dang it.
Welcome in, Viridian Ghost. Thank you for the raid. My shoutout isn't working fully. I'm still gonna do it, but it doesn't display what you were doing on stream. So by all means, please tell me what you're doing. What were you doing?
Art.
I'll fix that after stream. Ooh, you're working on art? What were you drawing? I'm also working on art today.